me baby, oh.
Drink is getting my head, shine like cocoa. I'm going. Plenty people for session, they are looking for attention. Oh Lord, every Timothy Choco, Timothy Mupanasha, no. You go hear the bedroom for the chorus. You survive anytime that return out. Every Timothy Choco, Timothy Mupanasha, no. You go hear the bedroom for the chorus. When the jazzy song comes on.
Most precious, I'm alive. Yeah. You better, you want it, you better, you want it, you better, you want it, you better, cause you better. Oh, you want it, cause you better. You want it, cause you better. You want it, cause you better. See this about see all something they say that you want it, and there's something they say that you want it. You'll be until you continue hunting, and that hunting will lead to something, and that something will lead to one thing. Or more, I don't know why you know the front is straight to the point, you know get time for long. Oh, you bad, that girl you were looking for trouble. If you try me, I'ma give it to you double. Right now, I'ma take you to my room, I'ma have you screaming. This as it be like, that girl you were looking for trouble. If you follow me, I'ma give it to you double. And the way you put it on me, I don't need nobody to tell me, say, you better, you want it, better, want it, better, want it, yeah. I know you want it, cause you better, you want it, cause you better. I know you want it, cause you better, you want it, cause you better. See this lemon, nobody, see all of
but this year I want $1 billion more. I'ma feel like I need on what? Made it come out like TV on top. Oh, I'm very sorry. With the call and the busy or call. Been a roller coaster ride in my head. One more I want. See evidence is all around. Something that's smiling around. Looking for a person around more. Oh, Garaya, intelligence is #1. Something they stress you cut them up. Oh, yeah.
Woman, shit down. Woman, shit down. Woman, shit you remove no. Woman, shit down. But shit down. Woman, shit you remove no. I got a lama. What is that you call me? Gama. Any a show more. What's the ginger? Me go where I jam and let's see. You didn't make me the color. What did you give me? I don't know, girl. If I got you for corner, I go chop you all. No. No. Jojo. No. Most precious. SB baby, oh.
What to well, only baby, follow my command, you like zombie. Go down on me with your coca body. Say follow my command, you like zombie. Go down on me with your coca body. Cause it's your milky for fronting and for me. All I'm for me, I no go do me corny. And if you're milky now fighting for me, tell her don't you, baby, so my everybody go, baby, gonna go. When you enter on Malicha, baby, gonna. Will you give me shikawa, Allah.
Mona Lisa.
Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you endorse me. Don't live for poison. I'll take my chance with you.
Wow, 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 wow. I didn't want to stop the music. I did not want to stop the music. The people you just listened to is SB Live and Most Precious Ade doing. You can check them out on YouTube. Aunty, how's everybody doing? Welcome back. I told you I'll be back. I'm back. I am big. I am back. Today we're talking. We're going to have a conversation with, of course, the general public, the Prestige family. But of course, we're going to talk about this conversation. You know, Aunty FUNKE Dollar, she broke the internet. Absolutely, she broke the internet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. Shout out to all our sponsors, all our regulars. Marriott, I see you. CB, I see you. Uncle Patrick, I see you, sir. If you have any kids in the house, keep them in the other room. Keep any kids in the other room. Let's talk about sex. We are going to talk about sex. The title today, let's be honest, Aunty FUNKE, women don't like, no, not don't like, women really don't like sex. Women really don't like sex. That's the conversation today. But I'm gonna play a video. She's been going viral for the past 24 or 48 hours. Because of this one video, we're gonna talk about it. All right. Shout out to all our sponsors again. If you donate, you help, you hit like button, you share, subscribe. All of you, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I am a coach, a consultant. You can download our books. My wife and I wrote relationship books, 2 books at matterprestige.com. You can also click on the link from the description box. And this month, our goal is $128.85. So far, we are up to $10, up $2 from last time. So I want to say thank you to everybody donating, watching, sharing, all that. You can also use Zelle, PayPal, Zelle, Cash App, all that is available as well. But please, most importantly, the more the merrier, the better. Please hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. We're trying to monetize this platform so your support goes a long way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see who else is in the chat. Black Diamond is here. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so first of all, I'm gonna play some videos and then I'll hear your comments, you know, and see what we can learn from this today. We're going to learn for sure. We're definitely going to learn. I don't know if I've really touched on sex that much on this platform. I think maybe once, maybe mildly, you know. But there's a lot of knowledge out there, lots and lots of information, I should say, not knowledge, information out there about this topic. And honestly, I think a lot of people are confused. And there's also not a lot of people with experience talking about it. So, and oftentimes the most people that are loudest about this topic are people that have actually never been married before. You will see them the loudest about this topic. And of course, what do you expect them to say? They are going to speak mostly from unrealistic expectations. All right, so now those of you that know the Prestige family very well, you already know not to make assumptions ahead of me. We're going to have a conversation. That's it. Don't worry about the conclusive statement in the title. Let's have a conversation around it. Okay, if you know me well, you probably know what side of that. True or false? Women just don't really like sex. Women just don't have. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right. Let's just talk. Let's have a conversation. So I'll say quick shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Nancy. I see Nancy. Good to see you, Nancy. All right. So do me a favor. Hit like. Make sure you ping that like, and then that will ping anybody else in the radar on the algorithms into the room. All right. So the first video I want to play is this. Bishop FUNKE Felix Adejumor, FFA. That's our real name. I sometimes call her Aunty Funke Dollar because once upon a time, before Daddy Freeze became who he is today, he used to use that name to drag her because I think there was a video from like 5-6 years ago where she was asking for $1,000, rightfully so in my opinion. I think every pastor should be asking for $1,000. Every pastor should ask you for a dollar to match every number of years you've lived, for every time they have an encounter with you. If you are sitting under the pastor and you're getting a word of hope, a word of encouragement, a preaching of any type, they deserve to ask you for money. It is what it is. Deal with it. Okay? Deal with it. All right. So with that being said, let's bring Aunty Funke to the stage. And we are, of course, reacting to her video. Let me give proper credit. Our channel is... What is our channel? Where is it? A channel should be, I think it's, let me see. I'll find it in a second here. Our channel is Funke Felix Adejumo, FFA on YouTube. So go support her. But I'm going to play this video and then we'll take it from there. Shall we? Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Who told us that women don't like sex? I like sex.
J'aime le sexe.
If I don't like sex, how will I have children?
Si je n'aime pas le sexe, comment je vais faire pour avoir des enfants?
And you are just
Are they
pretending
speaking
you
French?
like sex.
Et vous tous, vous faites semblant, vous aimez le sexe.
What did she say? She said, you are just pretending. She's talking to the ladies. But again, this video has gone viral since yesterday. So what is this? Women be telling themselves that they don't like sex? Is that where she's coming from? What does she mean? But stop pretending. I told you one of the most problematic words in this social media streets is pretending. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is oftentimes, not her in particular in this use, but when people mostly say pretend, they are just being dismissive. Okay? They're being dismissive. You're just pretending, and it's not it's sometimes a form of protection. You're just pretending. You're pretending to really like me, but you're really truly jealous of me. Yeah, like that kind of use, right? Like, wait, what? Are you going to find out a little bit more about what's going on? Abi, you're just going to conclude that the person is just evil and they want to pretend. In this case, it's a little bit different. She's talking about sex. Stop pretending. You know you like sex. Stop pretending. All right. So in the beginning of this show, my take is that women don't like sex. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. I think she's struggling with it because if you look at her, that posture right there, she's like, just stop it. Stop pretending that you don't like this thing, that thing, that thing, that thing. Stop pretending. What did she say? She said, stop pretending. All right. So ladies, not just the pretend, right? You like this thing, that thing. Wait, before I continue, let me go back to the very beginning. I noticed that hours ago, CB actually came here and said, I'm here. I don't like penetration. Like, wait, what? Stop pretending, CB. She said, stop pretending you like that thing, right? Let me see. Uncle Patrick says, I know what I'm saying. Sex is an expensive play now. Elaborate, sir. Is the interpreter that's getting me? Okay, yeah. Is that French? Abi, that's Spanish. What are they speaking? I don't know. I think it's French.
Bonjour les mamans.
Good morning, mommies.
Ma question est la suivante.
My question is this one. The couple, the Christian couple, are really suffering about sex.
Christian
so usually,
couple?
the man likes sex and the woman doesn't really like sex. So
Okay, Christian couple. They're talking about Christian couples. Let's make it religious couples. Probably mostly Christians, but usually the man likes sex, but the woman is like, you know, it's like, nah, not so much. Nah, not so much. Let's keep listening.
when she's not really giving the man what he wants, then, you know, all trouble comes. And
Even look at the language. They're about to say Lele Zubutu. But anyway, look at the language. When she doesn't really give the man what he wants, okay? The man not just firewood. The woman no really want, because she's human, she doesn't really want it, or vice versa. I don't know which one, but based on the way they frame that question, it sounds like it's only one side that really wants it.
So she's frustrated and she's really afraid to talk to her spiritual father or anyone. How to resolve this kind of issue in couples, Christian couples?
I want you to listen to me very well.
J'ai envie que vous m'écoutiez attentivement.
Who told us that women don't like sex?
No, let's go back. Wait, Aunty FUNKE, Bishop FUNKE, Felix Adejumo. Wait, let's go back to the question. Let me get the question right.
Is this one? The couple, the Christian couple, are really suffering about sex. So usually the man likes sex and the woman doesn't really like sex. So
We all agree that a lot of couples are suffering when it comes to sex. Okay, what do we know? 15 to 25%. I think 15 to 20%. I'm not sure. Let's just say about 20% of married couples are living in a sexless marriage. Somebody said, I knew it. Marriage na scam. And you want me to come into this thing? May God forgive you. First of all, I've never sold you marriage before, but I see what you mean. I wrote books with my wife on marriage, so it's like, yeah, whatever. Okay, I get you. But marriage na scam. So you want me to come there? It seems like I saw the other day, somebody said single people are having more sex than married couples at the end of the day. They said the study shows 15 to 25%. So majority are not experiencing that, but that's probably one too many. For every couple that are experiencing or dealing with sexless marriage, that's kind of sad, because I can't, I'm sorry, I don't know if I can't imagine what that person is going through. So we all agree that a lot of couples, 15% is a lot, are going through this.
So when she's not really giving the man what he wants, then, all trouble comes. And so she's frustrated and she's really afraid to talk to her spiritual father or anyone. How to resolve this kind of issue in couples, Christian couples?
I want you.
All right. So before she goes, we're going to wait for Aunty FUNKE's answer. Hit the like button. We're responding to the general, not her. This is a 12 minutes clip from a full sermon, a full session. I'm sure she probably did the topic justice. Okay, so this is in no way, shape, or form pushing against. I don't understand. I don't know what her full context is, because I'm only looking at a 12 minutes clip. But we're going to dissect this topic because the conversation has taken on a life of its own on the internet. All right, now let me come to the chat real quick. Ashani says, this woman has never been raw before. Is she passing information to her husband? She's not. Which woman? You talk about FUNKE? She's not. She's always preached about this kind of stuff, by the way. If you follow her, she's always talked about relationships and this kind of stuff. Yep. Let's see. Welcome, Tonya. See you, Tonya. Good to see you, Tonya. Good to see you. So let's see what is your take? Is it true? Christian couple, is this a real life issue? But let's just go into the court. Let's see her answer.
To listen to me very well.
J'ai envie que vous m'écoutiez attentivement.
Attentively.
Who told us that women don't like sex?
Qui nous a dit que les femmes n'aiment pas le sexe?
Okay, so before she goes, who told us that women don't like sex? Maybe a man's experience? Maybe all those 15% of men. Okay, when we say 15% to 20% sexless marriages, it's not just men. Sometimes it's the man who is actually withholding affection. Sometimes it's in the form of silent treatment. You're practicing silent treatment with your wife because you want to punish her, but you don't realize that you are basically perpetuating a sexless marriage. Because who is going to win? Who is going to talk first? If you're playing that kind of game, first of all, that's abusive behavior. Second of all, of course, those kind of things translate to a sexless marriage. Eventually, somebody's going to be like, I'm not going to chase you around. Pride is going to creep into the situation. Of course, communication is going to get broken down to pieces. It's just messy, right? Who's going to start first? Pride. But who told us this? Where this coming from? Couple of things. But let's who told us? Should we answer that first or let her finish? Let her finish, because I know you guys are impatient. Let her go for another minute or so.
Is it true that women don't like sex?
Est-ce que c'est vraiment vrai que les femmes n'aiment pas le sexe?
When you are having sex with your husband,
Quand vous
don't
faites
you
l'amour,
like it?
quand vous faites l'amour avec votre mari, est-ce que vous n'aimez pas ça?
Now, wait. That's a question for the women that have framed the question when you don't give him what he wants. Because that question happens subtly. Most women they make such statements or ask such questions that's framed as give him what he wants. And so me Abi Firewood, you're giving me what I want. You don't want it, Abi. So the question she just asked, don't you want it? Is it a rhetorical question or she actually wants answers? Abi, she has answers for us, right? We have to wait for the answer now, right? Mario says clearly they don't. They don't. Do you want the answer, Abido? Because they're asking the question, right? Aha. But let's continue. There's more.
Stop pretending.
Donc, arrêtez de faire comme si, de faire semblant.
Don't you open your legs?
I'm sorry, the word pretend actually triggers me when we're having this kind of conversation. So I have to breathe whenever I hear the word pretend. Because, again, it's either being used as a dismissive tool or as to play a victim. You're just pretending. You know, you are just my enemy. You're just pretending. Like, never mind how you feel as a normal human being, or there's a reason why you're acting the way you're acting, or why you're emotionally abusive, or why you're keeping silent treatment. Never mind all those reasons. You're just pretending to really love me. You don't truly love me. If you really love me, you will never cheat on me. Okay. Let's not go to another conversation. But you're pretending. That word pretend. Just start paying attention. I want to wake your spirit, your soul up to that word pretend. I get triggered because I know what's coming when people use the word trigger. But now it's a dismissive tool, right? Never mind that you don't enjoy sex with your husband. You don't really like sex with your husband. Never mind it. Let me just tell you and deprogram your mind from where you're coming from that you do really like sex.
N'ouvrez pas vos jambes.
And you are doing, don't you like it?
Et vous faites comme si vous n'aimez pas ça.
That is the truth.
C'est la
Wait, because they're moaning. Don't you like it? She said, what? That is the truth. The truth hurts. Just take it or leave it. You like this thing, but you're pretending to not like it, ladies.
vérité.
Do you know why we always say women don't have sex, women don't like sex, or it's men that like sex?
Est-ce que vous savez pourquoi on dit toujours que oh non,
No, she's
les
going
femmes
somewhere.
n'aiment pas
She's
le
going
sexe,
somewhere.
oh,
She's
les
going
femmes
somewhere.
n'aiment pas le sexe.
I will explain it to you.
We are all ears.
This life
Cette vie
is governed by laws.
est gouvernée par des lois.
This life is what is governed by laws, principles, right? Good point. Let's keep going.
Laws.
Lois, des
Let's
lois.
Let's have it.
There is what we call the law of gravity.
Il y a une loi qu'on appelle la loi de la gravité.
The law of gravity says,
La loi de la gravité dit,
if you jump up,
si vous sautez,
Il est
vous
limbo.
devez retomber sur vos pieds.
it is a law.
C'est une loi.
Word.
You can fast for 50 days
Yeah.
Vous pouvez jeûner pendant 50 jours
and pray for 100 days.
et prier pendant 100 jours.
When you break,
Quand vous coupez le jeûne,
if you jump up,
si vous sautez,
you must come down.
vous allez toujours retomber sur vos pieds.
In spite of prayer.
Malgré la prière.
Why?
Pourquoi?
It is a law.
C'est une loi.
It is a law.
This life is not governed by miracles, it is governed by laws.
Cette vie n'est pas gouvernée par des miracles, elle est gouvernée par des lois.
And there are about 38 laws.
Il y a à peu près 38 lois.
I'm trying to tell you how we got here.
J'essaie
Yeah, so I see Uncle Patrick say, Ola, can't we hear our first so you can dissect things? So as part of fair use guidelines on YouTube, you cannot just play people's video all the way through. You want to kind of like inject. You have to, it has to be transformational. You actually have to have something to say about what you're playing, and it has to become transformed to another content entirely. Now, the fact that I will talk after it still shows up as that, but the more you dissect it, the better. So I try to play a little bit because I want to make sure you guys hear it, but I also need to interject it every now and then, partly because of technical reasons. And I forgot to say in the beginning, if you want to watch the full video, I think I said it, you can always go to the platform to watch the full 12 minutes video as a whole. But once you come here, we basically we're dissecting, we are reacting. All right. Thank you, sir. I know you understand. All right, so let's get that. You see, I just took advantage of that to interject it a little bit so that we're not just stealing her video. I need to learn French by all means. Whoever can teach me French here, let me know. I need to learn French, especially, but also in Spanish. Okay, let's keep going. She's talking about Lala Tobaroke Ilelumbo. I didn't get it yet, but she's going somewhere. She's telling you that there are laws and principles that govern this life. So I'm trying to figure out if she's trying to say sex is a yin-yang type of game. But let's listen to another minute or so.
J'essaie de vous expliquer comment on en est arrivé là.
Women don't like sex. Men like sex. I want to tell you how we got here.
Voilà, les femmes n'aiment pas le sexe, les hommes aiment le sexe. Je vais vous expliquer pourquoi
How did you get here?
Là.
There is what you call the law of education.
Il y a une loi qu'on appelle la loi de l'éducation.
I never heard that before.
The first principle of that law
Le premier principe de cette loi
is repetition.
C'est la répétition. Répétition.
Once you keep repeating,
So once you keep repeating, just have sex and have sex over and over again, eventually you might just like sex with your husband. But can we start from you don't like sex first? I don't know. Let's keep going.
repeating something, you will know it.
Vous allez le connaître en fait.
When you were young,
Quand vous étiez jeune,
Hit like
Somebody
button,
will
share,
ask
subscribe.
quelqu'un vous demandera
what is the time?
quel temps est-il, quelle heure
You will be
est-il.
looking.
Vous allez
Long
regarder.
hand is short hand.
Voilà.
O'clock.
Until you were educated.
La plus longue aiguille et la plus la
But now,
Oui, maintenant,
because over and over and over and over again, you have seen it, you have heard it. Now you know it.
maintenant,
But for sex is supposed to be like food now. Nobody taught us to eat now. You might have did like this a little bit so we can start sucking on the breast, but you might have done a little bit like this. But eventually, within a few seconds, we know it's time to eat because starvation is real, right? You have an old 18 years. How much more education do you need? Watching people procreate, right? It's all these TVs and social media. People have been watching pornography since they were teenage years when their auntie and uncle was hiding the tape in the room. How much education do we need? What is she talking about? What does this have to do with a woman does not like sex? Maybe she's taking us somewhere, I'm guessing.
à force de le faire, vous le connaissez aujourd'hui, sans même réfléchir.
So over and over and over and over, you have told yourself.
Donc, vous vous êtes dit,
You told yourself.
encore et encore, vous vous êtes dit,
African culture has told you.
You
La
told
culture
yourself.
africaine
Okay,
vous a dit.
African.
Your grandmother
Oh,
has said it.
wait.
Votre grand-
This is where she's going. You told yourself precisely. Okay, I see where she's going. You told where she's going. So today we're going to unpack 8 reasons why women's sexual desire is often misunderstood. I think it's a misunderstanding. So maybe the brothers will actually learn from this more, but maybe you ladies will learn from this too, because oftentimes you're going through stuff and you don't know how to explain it, or you might have told yourself these kind of things that you just don't like it. What did CB say? CB, I don't see you. CB, maybe she disappeared somewhere, but she said, I don't like penetration. Are you sure? Wait, what are you going to tell me? You're going to tell me how my body works? That's another phrase that they tend to use on the internet, especially when it's gender issue. Oh, so you're going to teach a woman how her woman body work, right? You're like, chill, relax. Well, yes, we're going to teach you. If you say if you near any dust, we will teach you. cultural expectations and gender norms. We're going to do two things concurrently. 8 reasons why women, the sexual desire is often misunderstood. Number 1, what she just said is cultural expectations and gender norms, right? There's another one that I'm going to cover here, right? Not actually, it's more like 8 reasons. 8 reasons why husbands, because husbands have a misunderstanding around this a lot too, right? Which is oftentimes why they can't sexually satisfy their wife. Yes, I said it. Many of you don't know how to sexually satisfy your wife. So you too will go teach you. Yes. 8 reasons why husbands often misread their wife's sexual desire. Another reason, the number 2 reason here is also what? Cultural and societal expectations. But I want Aunty FUNKE to continue going here. I see here, Ashani says, I concur with Pastor saying it. I concur with Pastor. Preach it louder. All right, let's continue.
Mais vous l'a dit.
Your mothers have said it.
Vos mamans vont dit.
A woman should not show that she enjoys sex.
Une femme n'est pas sûre qu'elle aime.
A woman should not show that she enjoys sex. Is she right? You see, I told you, we just have to wait for her. She's going somewhere. Of course, on the internet, there's they've carried this news into a different angle entirely on the internet. I'm going to show you on Twitter. On Twitter, there's this person, McDaniel's blog, who posted a clip of it. I'm going to play the actual clip that they posted. Of course, they take bites of it and then they run with it. Let's see what they're saying.
Told us that women don't like sex. I like sex. If I don't like sex, how will I have children? And you are just pretending you like sex. African culture has told you. Your grandmother has said it. A woman should not show that she enjoys sex. Otherwise, they will call her prostitute. When the man is touching you, you are happy.
But wait, we did not call her prostitute. Is that not a thing? But let's keep going.
The first thing is to disbelieve that in your mind. Otherwise, you will be causing problem in your marriage. Tell yourself sex is good.
Tell yourself sex is good. Start programming yourself sex is good.
My husband. And when you are having sex with your husband, don't pretend and just be like missionary.
Don't pretend that you are not enjoying. English is one of our problems. How do you pretend that you're not enjoying something sustainably? You can pretend that you're not enjoying something, but sustainably, how can you do that for a period of 15 years, 20 years? How is that? Is that possible? Anyway, your guess is as good as mine.
Talk more.
She said talk, moan, pretend. By the way, men, well, a man who is well connected will know if you're pretending. Some men are completely oblivious. They can't tell. He just needs to nod. So he probably can't tell. You're probably just punishing yourself, if anything. But it's true. A lot of women will pretend that they're enjoying it. But she's also telling you to pretend. That's where I'm coming from.
You see how you are laughing. Sex is good. Don't believe that African mentality. Let's change it. The devil is using it to.
She said African mentality. It is not African mentality. They do. The data I gave you is probably not from Africa. Okay, it's probably a data that was done by CDC here in the United States, of people of the United States. So if you can relate, trust me, it's not because anybody conducted studies on Nigerian women. Okay, just so you know, it's just humans are humans for the most part. How we tell our stories can vary from places to places. If you're a Yoruba person, a BBO person, it can vary, but at the core we're all the same people.
Destroy marriages because that's the highest level of intimacy. Tickle your husband, touch him when he's making love to you. When he finishes, tell him good job.
Now if you watch this video, there's a good chance you can get horny and go home and blow away the mind of your husband just on that day. But if you don't address the root issues, you are basically arguing with your destiny. The root issue will rise back to the surface. The cream always rises to the top. Let me see if I can see some kind of comment here. Somebody, speaking of Christian couple, somebody said Bible quotation. Where is it in the scriptures? These are the issues. Eventually now they will call her motivational or motivational. Mention a preacher. So somebody said, I will show my girlfriend this. You can show your girl this all day long. She can pretend for that night, maybe a couple of weeks. If she has a chance, she can enjoy you a little bit. She can pretend for only for so long, right? Eventually, the root issues will rise back to the surface. As in, I need to share this with someone very important. They need this. Okay, so a bunch of men are saying they want to go and share this with their girlfriend. That's not going to work. It's actually going to backfire. Like, depending on how much damages you've done to that relationship by not studying sex, it's probably going to work against you. Okay, you're going to sound like a crybaby, a needy person, very unattractive behavior. It's going to be Sahara Desert multiplied by 10,000 times. It's going to get worse. Okay, wow, what an encouragement talk. Yes, it's a Don saying that, so you know what time it is. So you see why I'm talking about this today. After I saw some of these comments, I was like, Somebody said, Madam, sexual stimulation is a form of self-indulgence. A man's woman's level of culture is in measure that he or she suppressed his or our sexuality. Stop misinforming the hunger generation. It's a form of self-indulgence. Sexual stimulation is self-indulgence. Okay, this person doesn't like sex. Voila. Or they are actively trying not to like sex. Problems. Anyway, let's go back to the full video. Remember, I'm just looking at how the social media generation, how they are responding to this. When I say social media generation, there are Gen X there are Gen Y there are baby boomers there. Yes, baby boomers. They struggle with this issue too. You know, it's no wonder there's only so much they can teach us, right? Wala. Maya say, your mothers told you this? African mentality has suffered. This is a worldwide phenomenon. Exactly. Pastor is well intentioned, but she is not equipped to provide the answer to the women who have expressed these feelings. I'll tell you why I didn't discuss this for so long. I don't always trust myself to give a well-rounded. I don't want to speak too much from my personal experience when it comes to this topic, right? But I think we can talk about it today, you know. But you're absolutely correct. You want to make sure you're equipped, because everybody's experience with this can vary. While we have some societal issues, she's right about the cultural thing. She's definitely very right about that one, and I already pointed it out. As far as a reason why women's sexuality is often misunderstood, number one is cultural expectations and gender norms. If you're going to reprogram the minds of the people, it's not going to be as easy as pretend and be moaning. You're probably just, again, punishing yourself. As far as the 8 reasons why husbands also misunderstand or misread their wife's sexual desire, which they often do. When I say 15 to 25% are in sexless marriage, that's just the data that's recorded from studies. It's probably more, to be honest with you, because for a lot of couples with time, it just becomes like by the time you talk at a man like that, he's turned off too, and like he doesn't want to hear your mouth too for another 4 or 5 months. It's like, I'd rather figure myself out. Somebody said, what do you mean figure yourself out? Are you encouraging men to cheat? That's your problems. That's your personal problem. If you don't stay on this topic right now so you can get to your destiny, I'm telling you. But let's get back to Aunty FUNKE, Bishop FUNKE, Félix Adéjumon.
Vraiment, le sexe n'est pas supposé aimer le sexe.
Otherwise, they will call her prostitute.
Sinon, on va l'appeler prostituée.
Is it true? Do they call people prostitutes? Do they? All right. So as far as I'm going to do this concurrently, like I said. Number 3 of the 8 reasons why women's desire is often misunderstood is society taboo. It's true. It's not just that they're going to call her a prostitute. It does happen. Okay? There's a lot of shame around female sexuality. That is a reality. Now, you might say, but how are men buying into that too? Yes. Yes, men are also buying into it. Because remember, we were all raised in the same household, same society, and stuff like that. The only thing that sometimes men might do it from a very selfish standpoint. He will hit like on BBLs, but he doesn't want BBL in his house. Yes. He will tap like. He will be wondering why his woman is mad at him, forgetting that if somebody follows you on Instagram and you tap like on somebody, your wife will probably see what you're tapping like on, because that's just how the algorithms work, right? And before you know it, it's like, why? I knew it. Women just don't, right? So there's also something called the number 6 here. Number 6, the misunderstanding around female sexuality, the arousal pattern. What it takes to arouse a woman, obviously, a gender will vary from one gender to the other, right? So that's another one. But let's have Aunty FUNKE continue. I'll come back to some of this.
Wow. Yeah.
It's men that like sex.
Ce sont les hommes qui aiment le sexe.
Even when they were not talking to you, you were just passing. Women were talking. No, it's men that like sex.
Voilà.
You didn't know that it affected you.
Voilà. Même quand vous passiez seulement, les gens vous disaient non, ce sont seulement les hommes qui aiment le sexe. Mais vous ne vous êtes pas rendu compte que ça vous a affecté.
A woman.
Une femme.
That's the reason you believe it.
C'est la raison pour laquelle vous le croyez.
I like sex.
J'aime le sexe.
If I don't like sex, how will I have children?
Si je n'aime pas.
All right, so children and sex are two different things. Yes, one leads to another. It's like using sexual harassment and sexual assault interchangeably. They are two different things. One can lead to another. It's like using toasting a woman interchangeably with sexual harassment. They are not the same thing. One can lead to another. Sex and having children are two different things. Like I told you, English is one of our major problems.
Le sexe, comment je vais faire pour avoir des enfants?
And you are just pretending you like sex.
Et vous tous, vous faites semblant, vous aimez.
Now, let me ask you, is it that they are pretending that they like sex, or they do not know that they like sex? Okay, that's a question I want to get some answers for. Okay, if you think that people are pretending that they don't have sex, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that people don't know that they like sex, we're generalizing, of course, put a 2 in the chat. Is it that people are pretending to not like sex, or they don't necessarily know that they like sex? Very tricky question, I know. But now English, all of us, they speak now. Have you seen the Maso Imbo? That's my cousin, by the way. It's like my 3rd, 4th cousin. If you watch Maso Imbo, where they play this game about Yoruba and they are translating, and everybody would do okay, and everybody would do okay, sir. And then before you know it, they lost a bunch of money. It's a game show. Go watch it. English is part of our problems. Maybe French too, since they are translating to. Is that French? I don't even know if that's French that they're speaking. Why am I saying that's French? That may be a broken French or something like that. Welcome, the mom of 5. Wait, Mara says she just said it all. She just said it is all in your head. Yeah. You like sex. You just don't know that you like sex. No, you like having children. Wala. Problems. Exactly. Like sex has nothing to do with having kids. But hey, she said what she said. MOP, I'm beginning to agree with you. Comprehension is a problem worldwide. Comprehension is what I mean to say, not English. Comprehension is a bad problem. That's why I take my time on these topics. You know, sometimes when I do the 10 minutes stuff, I'm like, first of all, I don't really enjoy it, but this one I enjoy more, you know. And the numbers do say. Bumi says they don't know because they have not explored their bodies. Two. Uncle Patrick said they are pretending. I love the show. I recommend it all the time. Thank you. I appreciate you, Dari. Oh, the Maso Yibo. Yeah, it's a good show. It's French. Okay, it's French. Sorry. But the African mentality doesn't just affect women. It affects the men too. Most brothers think good sex is banging away. So unromantic. You don't like banging? Black Diamond. I thought women like banging. Or they don't know that they like banging. Or they haven't been taken to a place where they might like banging. It's another conversation entirely. But easy. There's a minor here. Let me take my time, okay? Easy on me, okay? Let's continue with Aunty FUNKE Dollar.
Le sexe.
If you like sex, let me see your hand up.
Si vous aimez le sexe, laissez-moi voir vos mains.
See this woman in front here with the wig. She not raise her hand though. She's not raising her hand. This person, I'm looking at their head right now. You see? The person is not raising their hand. Say, let me see your hand up. They're just laughing. Kiki, like it's funny. By the way, it's not funny. It's not funny when you live in a sexless marriage. It's not funny. There's not what's funny about sexless marriage. Huh?
If you like sex, let me see your hand up.
Let's
Si
see.
vous aimez le sexe, laissez-moi voir.
Somebody raised their hand like this. Right there in that room, they are practicing the shame taboo thing. Somebody said this. It's a real problem. That's why I thought we should talk about it today. It's a real problem. So I'm glad that she started the conversation.
Vos mains.
So when your husband doesn't touch you, you are missing him.
Okay.
When the
She's like, ma'am, I don't want him to touch me. What do you mean?
man is touching you, you are happy.
Quand le monsieur vous touche,
The men are like, no. They are just pretending. These women, they are just pretending. So why is it that women cheat then? Wait, what? You have something else to tell me? What happened? Are you saying your woman cheat? What's funny? Okay, it's not funny. You're right. But obviously, we need to have a conversation here, right? They didn't raise their hands. Oh.
vous êtes contente.
So the first thing is to disbelieve that in your mind.
Donc la première des choses, c'est de vraiment enlever ça de votre état d'esprit.
Otherwise, you will be causing problem in your marriage.
Sinon, vous allez causer des
The Gen Z is like, wait, causing problem. Why can't they just be disciplined? Is it just food? Are you encouraging them to go and cheat? Madam. Overall, I agree with that. The people she's speaking to, they probably don't have a full... The level I'm agreeing with her, I understand where she's coming from, where she's trying to go. But the understanding that a few people will be getting out of this, like for example, the men that are saying, let me go and take this video and go and share it with my wife. I'm like, wrong move. This is for you to understand. This is a topic for you to educate yourself, not to go and be translating video to your wife. It's going to backfire. She will just look at you and say, it's me that don't. She'll just feel less than herself. The self-esteem will be shot all over again, 10,000 times more. And she will still lay down there like a log of wood. And she will, or she might, if she cares too much, she will give you a fake money for 2 weeks. And then everybody will go back to their normal life. At that time, Aunty FUNKE Dollar will be back with Bishop, enjoying her life, enjoying her vacations. All right, let's continue.
problèmes à votre mariage.
Tell yourself sex is good.
Vous devez vous dire que le sexe est bon.
I like sex.
J'aime le sexe.
I want my husband.
Je
Hit
désire
like,
mon
hit
mari.
like, hit like.
Dismantle that rubbish.
Enlever ces choses, en fait, ces états d'esprit qui sont pas bons.
Dismantle that
It's not the
rubbish.
devil, it's you.
Ce n'est pas le diable, c'est vraiment vous.
See, I agree with that.
So
Say, hey, stop telling lies against the devil. It is you, right? Again, overall, I agree with that. It's just how she got to the solution probably will confuse the hell out of an average person. She said, disbelieve it. That you do have to reprogram your brain. Okay, you do have to reprogram your brain. If you have this, it's a good chance you've had terrible experiences with sex. So obviously, you're not going to like sex. For you, that's going to be a true statement. You don't like sex, right? And for the most part, we're talking about women in this topic. You're not going to like sex if you have terrible experiences around sex. It could be a grave experience. It could be as simple as the person that you've been doing it with for 13 years just don't know what they're doing. You know, it's boring, you know. So it's you do have to reprogram your brain so that you can actually start the work that needs to be done. If you already conclude that you just don't like sex, if that's a conclusive statement, then it is what it is. But for her to say it is not true, you're pretending, I disagree. This topic would not exist if it wasn't true for someone out there.
That's the reason why some men go out.
C'est la raison pour laquelle certains
They don't want to hear
partent
that.
dehors en fait.
It's not good, but when your husband is frustrated,
Ce n'est pas bon, mais si votre mari est frustré,
the devil will arrange one Jezebel.
le diable va arranger, enfin va trouver une Jézabel.
Strange.
So educate yourself, and I'm doing that for you now.
All right. So ultimately, the solution she's prescribing is education. And I'm yielding to that call, and that's why I set this up today. All right. Let's see. Let me come to the chat real quick. Mara says, but Madam Pastor said we are pretending. We just need to try harder. Pretty much, yeah. That's why I said the way she got to the solution. Yeah, dismissive. The right people will not even hear you, or they would think it's a laughing matter. They'll just ki. Raise up your hand. What's funny? Finally, an African pastor talking about sex so openly. Kudos to her, even if her opinion is not 100%. I actually overall agree with her. Because first of all, I agree with the fact that she's always had this conversation. It's just that this one went viral. I follow her mildly, So kudos to her for sure. And with this kind of topics, it's not about being right. It's about we need to start having the conversation, because you might take one thing away from this conversation. One thing might just be like, Ola doesn't know what he's talking about. That's perfectly fine, as long as it engage you long enough to know that you need to educate yourself. About what? Yes, about sex at the societal level, at a personal level, in your relationship. And if you're dealing with another human being, there's an extremely high chance if you don't like sex, the other person likes sex, right? So if you don't like sex, it's the one thing that I will agree. Please have a conversation before you enter somebody's life, because it's just not fair. And that's actually that behavior in itself is evil. If you go into marriage and then suddenly we find out that you don't like sex, like, I say what? Now, I don't think that people don't like sex. I think it's mostly they don't know that they like sex, right? So what do you do when you're confused? It's time to learn something new. It's time to educate yourself, right? Instead of making the conclusive statement, I just don't like it like that. What do you mean, like what? Do you even know what you're saying that you like or you don't like? Oftentimes people don't know. Men should learn about women's bodies. Why do women like telenovelas? That's a TV show, I guess. Go watch those scenes and see the romance. They're saying, nah, that's Spanish people. Spanish women always love sex. You'll see people generalize that for you, by the way. Did pastor educate the man, or just cemented his delusion that the women they are sleeping with enjoy the mediocre sex? Wait, your sentence is loaded. Your multiple question is loaded. It's pregnant. Uncle Patrick says they pretend and don't even know the essence of it. It is the two that should make it enjoyable. The word pretend has to find its way out of that, sir. And I will break it down later if I have time. But the word pretend is dismissive, and it has to find its way out of this topic. If they are pretending, I'll give you an example. The person that gave this example was it's a politician. The politician, was it Peter? No, it was Atiku. Is it Atiku? Atiku gave this when he was making a submission about what happened with River State last week. No, it wasn't Atiku. It was President Jonathan Goodluck. It was him. And he said, it's easy to wake up a person who is actually sleeping. It is super hard and difficult to wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. There is no solution to a person who is pretending to not enjoy sex. You're not going to tell them to stop pretending. At the very minimum, if that thing exists, there's a reason why they are pretending to not enjoy it. And usually that reason is short term. It's not a permanent. What most people are dealing with is almost permanent problem, which means there's a deeper reason why they don't enjoy sex. And the truth for those particular individuals is that they don't enjoy sex, not pretending that they don't enjoy sex, not quote pretending that they don't enjoy sex. If we don't identify the right problem, then we will only create solutions that will be solving the wrong problems. So if we create a solution for someone who is pretending to not like sex, what does that look like? That solution would look like, why are you pretending to not like sex? It is still we have to lead that with a question, because we're not going to pretend we have the answer. Why is it that you pretend? And the person gets to tell us, like, what do you mean I'm pretending? Oh, if they think it's funny, raise up your hand, right? Because there's a full-blown disconnect going on in the conversation, because are they pretending? Are they not pretending? Society already told them they're pretending. The comprehension of the word pretension is another issue. What I'm saying here is that there's a real problem. Nobody's pretending. There is a real problem. There's a deep, real problem that must be addressed. Because if it is actually true, if I buy into the idea that it's true, that they enjoy it, they're just pretending, then it still goes back to, oh, what is going on? It still connects us to other issues, not the sex. The only difference to make is one is short term, one is long term. But pretending, human beings are terrible at pretending. They can only pretend for so long. If somebody has been living in the sexless marriage for 13 years, that's not pretending. They don't want to have sex with you. They don't like sex with you. And yes, they might have concluded they don't like sex. Maybe you're the only person they've ever had sex with. So it makes sense. It's only natural for them. So semantics, yes, but we must, because we used all these different words and we're speaking in English, we have to take our time to understand how we're sometimes we create solutions that will create more problems. So I hear you, sir, but they pretend. I need to hear, maybe I need to hear more of what you mean by that. Maya says, ask the average man whether the woman had a good time. They always believe they did. Ask the woman who were there. Ask their friends. Men are still surprised that women talk about sex between themselves and their friends, because we actually don't necessarily engage in sex unless we are bragging about smashing somebody when we were younger. But grown men talking about sex with their spouse? No, we don't. Some do, obviously, there's exceptions, but we don't, generally speaking. The main act is not what women enjoy the most, is the dance before the act. So what about me that I don't want to dance before the act? Black Diamond. How do we find this balance? We've come full circle. The church must lay the blame at the woman's feet. They also blame the woman, the Jezebel. Then they also tell the woman they are the solution. It's not that. Aunty Funke Dollar is trying to help the rest of us. Okay, all right.
Éduquez-vous, et je le fais aujourd'hui pour vous maintenant.
Sex is good. Sex is
bon.
sweet.
Le sexe est doux.
I will enjoy sex. Tell yourself over and over and over and over again.
Vous devez vous dire, je vais aimer le sexe vraiment encore et encore.
When you are having sex with your husband,
quand vous faites l'amour avec votre mari,
and you choose to ask God for something,
et vous choisissez de demander à Dieu
He will
quelque
do it
chose,
because that's the highest level of intimacy.
Il va le faire parce que c'est le niveau le plus élevé d'intimité.
Do we remember the question that is being answered here? A woman said, there's going to be problems because you don't give him what he wants. Clearly, there's a direct or indirect translation that she doesn't want it, right? That's the question being answered here. Her conclusion, as a semi-conclusion, is that you're pretending. But eventually, she came up with a solution that educate yourself. I agree with that solution, right? But that solution is connected with pretending. See, when you want to offer even the right solution to people, right? It must connect. It must connect with where they have to be some level of empathy in how you address the issue, right? If there is no empathy, the person is not listening long enough for them to capture you lost them. By the time you tell them they're pretending, okay, yeah, I'm pretending. All I know is I don't want to have sex with you, right? So So they don't even get to the solution. Why do we ask people to have empathy when we're addressing any of these issues? Because no matter how good your solution is, if you don't apply empathy, in other words, if you are dismissive, remotely dismissive in how you address it, you're not going to get the solution, the so good solution. Maybe it's Jesus, or maybe it's Muhammad, or maybe if you use sex toys, so maybe whatever it is that you have to offer, right? Then somebody say, wait, sex toys, how did that enter the chat? Yes, it entered the chat. We're going to talk about that. Since they're bringing it to the chat, we have to talk about it, you know. I don't know if Aunty Funke Dollar is anywhere talking about sex toys publicly, Sha. I don't know, but with the Prestige family, we have to talk about it.
Intimité en fait.
And when you are having sex with your husband,
Et quand vous faites l'amour avec votre mari,
don't pretend and just be like missionary.
donc ne faites pas semblant et vous êtes seulement comme un missionnaire ou une missionnaire. Vous êtes raide, comme une missionnaire.
All right, so pretend just split it into two different ways. It just went two different directions. The word pretend, right? You're pretending to like it, or you're pretending that you don't like it. Two different types of pretending now here, right? You're pretending when you just lay down there straight. Sometimes, or if you're moaning, and she's suggesting, pretend that you like it. No, she said no, just tell yourself that you like it. No, but is it pretend that you like it, or tell yourself that you like it? Or affirmations. Affirmations do work, by the way. Sometimes you have to, like she said, repetition. Keep telling yourself over and over. Eventually, you might just... Now, if you believe in Bishop Funke Felix Adejuma so much, you might just respect her so much as a woman of God and say, because she's my spiritual mother, I believe in it, so I'm going to get to work and do this. That can carry the weight. For most people in this internet streets, no, they're going to take this video and go share with your wife, and the dry spell is going to last even how much longer, right? So pretending that you like it, or pretending that you don't like it. In the beginning, she said you are pretending that you don't like it. Now pretend that you like it. Problems everywhere. Oh God, Lord help me. You know, I say I better start dancing. May God forgive you. So I should start dancing all throughout the day. Say I will like it 100 times and boom, you will like it. Problems. Anyway, let's continue.
Talk.
Parler.
Mourn.
Talk means talk is parler. Wait, let's go back. I can. Before now, they'll come and say it's AI that created this moment. That's what TDJX is saying. He said they use AI to doctor his videos. And that is so hollow. Anyway, let's continue.
Vous êtes raide, comme une missionnaire, raide.
Talk.
Parler.
Mourn.
Gémissez, parler.
You see how you are laughing? Sex is good.
Aunty, they are laughing at you. They don't think sex is good. A lot of them don't think sex is good. I'm done. I think I'm done. I think I should end the session. Should I end it? Oh God, hit the like button or hit the like button. Parley. God. Occupied to say, Ola Maya just said it. Even when men are satisfied, women are not there yet. Women need to voice out their need. That's where pretending comes in. Now, I'll drop the link later on. I still don't get it, sir. I don't get it. I don't see the connection there. But I think I know what you mean. You're actually right that men should probably... Communication is a big part of this. But unfortunately, communication is easier when people are actually empowered about this topic. And when you consider the reasons we gave earlier, cultural, societal taboos, and all those kind of things, communication is... talking about sex is one of the most awkward things human beings have to do, especially when they're not empowered. You know, we have men actively on social media street speaking against sexual liberation because they are afraid that their wife might become a prostitute and divorce them. Usually they're speaking from a place of pain, but they're mixing all the conversations together. It's keyword husband though. She won't talk. You no get choice. You will use pretend to like it. So she gave the solution: pretend to like it. All right. And what do we know about the word pretend? Either you're pretend that you don't like it, or you're pretend that you like it. What do we know about pretend? It can only go so far. Eventually, truth is undefeated. The truth is, you shall do nothing for but against, nothing against but for the truth, right? The truth is undefeated. So there's only so far pretend can go. That's why I like to leave it out of the conversation. Let's talk about what is actually going on with people, or if we're going to use the word pretend, why is it that it seems like people are pretending? What is the reasons behind them pretending, if that's even a real thing at all, right? Because there must be another reason. There's a deep root cause. That's really where I'm driving at. Scream, mom, pretend, parley, and I go learn. She is an entertaining pastor. She made some good points, but her solution get K-leg. That's why we're talking. We're gonna add some context to it, right?
Vous rigolez, donc le sexe est bon.
Don't believe that African mentality.
That's it. It's not African mentality, but don't believe that mentality that women don't like sex. If you were raised by a mother who already make statements that directly or indirectly translates to women just don't like sex, or women should not embrace sex, or any of those kind of things, of course it's going to affect your future. So you have to deprogram yourself from that, is essentially what she's saying by saying disbelieve it.
Ne croyez pas à cette mentalité africaine.
Let's change it.
Vraiment, changeons cela.
The devil is using it to destroy marriages.
Le diable utilise ça pour
All
détruire
right,
les...
so real quick, true or false? True or false? The devil is using it to destroy marriages. You already said it's your fault earlier, but now she's saying the devil. It's just a lingo. Don't worry about the word devil, eh? True or false? Is the devil using the belief system that women don't like sex to destroy marriages? True or false? Is the devil using the belief system that women don't like sex to destroy marriages? True or false? Let's get to some agreement on this one. True or false? Bumi says true. Yep, she's right. Is part of it so true? Anybody else want to agree with Bumi and I? Is it true? Don't worry about the meaning of devil. Just say devil, the enemy. Is the enemy using it to destroy marriages? True or false? Uncle Patrick said true. Is it true? Can we all agree to that? Is this a real problem that we must address? Can we all agree to that?
les mariages.
Tickle your husband.
Vraiment, titiller votre mari.
Touch him when he's making love to you.
Vraiment, touchez-le quand il vous fait l'amour.
Men do like touches.
Head.
Touchez ses cheveux.
Speak. Tell him.
Parlez-lui, parlez-lui.
Parler. I already know what parler means now. Parler, talk. Use your mouth. Use your words.
His native name.
Appelez son nom son nom natif.
Ajani, Asake.
When he finishes,
Ajari.
Good job.
Call him by his nickname, his native Oriki name. Spell out his old Oriki. My Oriki is long as hell. I'm not going to tell you. But that's...
Quand il finit, dites-lui que c'était bien, c'était un bon travail.
Somebody do like this. Good job.
Que quelqu'un fasse comme ça.
Wait.
Call his native name.
Appelez son nom son nom natif, son nom de famille.
When he finishes, tell him. Good job.
Quand il finit, dites-lui que c'était.
When it finishes, just tell him good job. So two things. We can probably be assuming that he did a good job, or you're trying to speak it into existence. You're trying to focus on what you attract, which is, yes, a lot of attraction. You're trying to affirm and manifest what you would like to happen in the nearest future, right? It's all part of the work. Let's help Aunty Funke Dollar. Overall, I agree with that. I just want us to get to the root of this, break it down into pieces.
Bien, c'était un bon travail.
Somebody do like this. Good job.
Que quelqu'un fasse comme ça. Très bon travail.
You see, in Africa,
Those women in the room, they're like, this.
you doing what? They use your function to play.
They're like, Aunty Funke, tell him good job. Tell him good job. When he finishes, kneel down and thank him for oiling the engine. I'm also tired. Let's continue.
Vous voyez, en Afrique,
Men have been taught, whether consciously or unconsciously, don't cry, don't show emotion. You are the man. You know, even when they are in pain.
en Afrique, on a
That's true.
enseigné inconsciemment ou consciemment aux
And
hommes.
we don't like rejection. If you reject us a couple times, we're gonna show you who's the king. All right. That's not a good thing. I'm just saying. You know, a man's ego can only handle so much. And oftentimes you might have moved on. You didn't realize that it was that deep. It's not that deep. I just said I was tired yesterday. Somebody said, "Oh, you have headache." What? See, they won't listen when you have headache. Sometimes, what happens when they always have headache, Inko? He's just trying to tell you, it's not going to come back and be begging you. It is very true. Me personally, I'm not going to come back and be begging you for sex. What do you mean by begging? Well, if you say you are tired a couple of times and there's no connection to you are sick, there's medical issues, you're not communicating, or it's something that I'm not aware of, yes, I can be oblivious. Yes, I can be, I can be completely disconnected from reality because I have other realities I'm dealing with that's more of my priority, or seems like more of my priority to me at that time. Maybe I'm uneducated myself. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to come back and be begging for Kwekus multiple times. So what are you going to do? Just know this and know peace. I will not be coming back to beg for Kwekus multiple times. Okay. Now, if we have issues, we deal with it together. I will listen. I will not judge. But what am I listening to? Sometimes, people are just not educated. So now, the fact that I'm not going to be coming is not something people learn. It's the man's ego is something that he comes with. He doesn't have to learn that. Igbiraga, or whatever you want to call it, or just his ego, just his sense of pride, is something that you were also attracted to. That part. Now, suddenly you want him to lose it and just be like, Shebi was just yesterday. Well, sometimes people are completely disconnected, complacent about what's going on. So ignorance is not an excuse. That's why I say educate yourself. You should know that there's another human being involved on both sides, and there are probably things going on with them that you're probably not going to get in one conversation. So when I said listening, you're not just listening out for words. You're paying attention, right? You're paying attention to patterns, and you know when there's a pattern disruption or interrupt. Let's keep going.
À ne pas pleurer, à ne pas montrer leurs émotions en fait.
What we are discussing here, people sent messages to me yesterday from London, from different. The world is hearing what I'm saying. They are watching. This is healing many people.
Ce qu'on dit ici là, c'est en train de toucher des millions de personnes vraiment à travers le monde. Hier, j'ai eu des messages des personnes à Londres qui sont en train d'écrire, donc ça touche les gens en fait.
So thank you for that question. Thank you for being bold to ask us.
Donc merci pour cette question. Merci d'avoir eu l'audace de poser ce genre de questions.
You don't need prayer and fasting for the answer.
Vous n'avez pas besoin de prière et de jeûne pour cette réponse.
When you get home tonight.
Quand vous rentrez chez vous aujourd'hui.
When you get home tonight, they started laughing. Anyway, yeah. Hold on one second. There's a point she just made.
So thank you for that.
She said thank you to that person for asking the question. The person that will ask such question, yes, kudos to that person, because at the very minimum, the person might have believed they don't like sex, obviously by the way they framed the question, but they care about the other person, right? They care about the other person. They want to make them happy. And that's something to acknowledge. That's a great place to start the conversation from. If a person comes to you and say, I just don't like sex with him, and I feel like, okay, you don't like sex. What do you like with him? What do you enjoy with him? What do you value the most about this person? Because if you have nothing you value about them, you wouldn't be, I don't care if they have sex or not, they can go and die somewhere. They can go and hug Transformer. But there's something that you still value about this person, and that needs to be applauded, and then we can build on top of that. Okay, in fact, all of this conversation does not exist until you acknowledge what is it that this person value about you, right? Or what do you think that person values about you? Why would they not want to lose you? Why would they want to do with you and nobody else, right? This is a great place to start from if you are going to be a good seductress, seductor, all that kind of stuff. If you don't know where people are coming from, you're probably going to be a terrible person in bed in general. Just in generally speaking. But let's keep going. That's why I said the dismissive thing, let's stop using the word pretending because it's dismissive by the very meaning of it. Let's say what is really going on. Okay, what is really going on? Even if it seems like they're pretending, we need to know what is behind, what is the deep cause, the deep root cause of, let's call it pretending, or they're just jealous or whatever, all these different words that represent that they're just the enemy, right? Let me see. Uncle Patrick is here with me. Uncle Patrick, sir, how are you, sir?
Hola, hola.
Good to have you, sir.
Good to have
Share and enjoy. Happy weekend, sir.
Happy weekend.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mario, Bumi, everybody, saying hi to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hola, you know, even Nigeria, the world is changing.
Yes.
You know, there's this video of a nurse in a clinic, you know, maternity clinic, that she talked to the women and how to carry her even with their pregnancy.
Of Bishop Felix, of Bishop Adejumo, right?
No. This is
okay.
nurse.
Another person, okay, of a woman,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, she's
okay.
a nurse.
Okay.
She's a midwife. So they show it on Facebook on how they can, the position they will stay. They say you can't do missionary style again. You have to, you know, everything is being shown. Women we are there, you know, they recorded. I was like, wow. I never even, anyway, I had my children here. I never even had that opportunity. I had one in Nigeria, but I wasn't present in that. You know what I mean? So, if you look at this context, you know, like I just said, there are a lot of things that could make a woman pretend as if she's enjoying it. Even though she's enjoying it, she might pretend as if she's not enjoying it. You know, we talk about, you know, maybe she's angry with a man or she doesn't want to, well, let me just do it this way. But if I remain, I must tell you, I'm a veteran. You know what I mean? I've been in this business for more than 40 years. So, what I'm trying to say is, you know, unless that woman, number one, she doesn't know her body, she's having some complication. You know what I mean? Yes. So, for her to say she's not enjoying it, or she's, like you said, maybe she was abused, that could be one of the reasons, some of the reasons that could make her not enjoy it. But if you lose herself, and like that woman said, yes, this, I went for a seminar. You know what, after talking, and they showed picture, you know, why people don't really, and one woman was talking, on the video that for 25 years, she never came, you know what I mean? You know, she's had her babies, she never, multiple of them, even Americans, these are Americans, even though they are,
yes, even here. So yes. She's never had orgasm.
They never had orgasm. So education plays a great role.
So let me ask you a question, sir. Do you think these women also pretend to not have orgasms?
No, 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 no. No.
Yeah, because you just said the word pretend again. This is why I'm struggling with the word pretend.
Yeah, that was why I said some people pretend. Let's face facts.
Let's do it one layer at a time. Why? What are the reasons why people might pretend? Let's do one layer at a time. What are the reasons a person might pretend to be enjoying sex or not enjoying it? That's even another 2 layers. But let's go with the first one. Pretend that they are not enjoying it. What are the reasons why somebody would pretend?
Resentful. Maybe there's an issue.
Okay.
Yes, but it's natural now. You understand? It's natural.
It's natural to pretend.
No. When doing the do, you can't. It's your body.
So it's natural to respond to liking it or not liking it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
No, what I'm saying, it's natural that when the thing is your body, and when the man is into the act, your body will respond. But because of the fact that I'm going to deal with this man, let me just pretend as if I'm not enjoying it. That's the point I am coming in from.
I see.
Yeah, let me just
So she's enjoying it. She's sleeping there. The body is responding.
Yes.
But she's pretending not to enjoy it.
That my time just let him just do whatever he wants to do and get out. You know what I mean? I don't even, But
okay.
Yeah, that could come to where, what? That's what we call make-up sex. But some women will just say, well, since we just,
finish fighting.
Yes, some women will say, well, I'm just gonna. They said I should just move on. Let's just forget it and forget. But deep in me, I still have not really forgiven this man. You understand? I'm just gonna do that makeup. You know what I mean? Sex with
So that means she wants the sex.
She wants it.
Okay, so she wants it.
Even though she's bitter up at you over you, but no, I'm still bitter. But our body biologically will be, she will, but she will just hold on to that and just let me just pretend as if I'm not enjoying it. But then the body will be responding. I mean, I'm not. Maybe
no. I'm with you, sir.
Better. Maybe women can speak better to that.
No. We can speak to it because we are both married. You've been married for about 60 years, sir. Me, I've been married for 18 years. Okay, so we can speak. If somebody said we can't speak to it, let them go and sleep somewhere.
I mean, they respond. I'm talking about their response. I'm not saying we cannot. I'm not.
No, but we know how they respond when they like it. Me and you know that. So what I'm saying now is that
that you are right. So some people don't. That's why I said maybe based on their experience. You know what I mean? Trauma. Maybe they were abused. Maybe at the inception of marriage, maybe she's a virgin, and that's why I say both men and women also. So some people, it's you have to play your own role.
So my main question, and it's not for me and you, sir, it's for everybody else that's listening, right? My main question is that can women pretend to not be enjoying it when they are actually enjoying it? I think you answered that already, that yes, maybe she's upset, she's enjoying it, but her body is responding. It's a temporary situation, but she's just whatever. After she's done, she's go back to okay. But can she pretend over a long period, because we're talking about sexless marriages, can she pretend over a period of time that she doesn't like sex, but actually she likes it? Particularly in the context that Aunty FUNKE put it. Aunty FUNKE said, stop pretending that you don't like sex, you like it. Can a woman pretend that she doesn't like sex?
Like the man. In that case, she doesn't like the man.
She's not enjoying it. That's the reality, right? That she's just not enjoying the sex with the person. Yeah. With the man, yes. It doesn't mean she doesn't enjoy sex. She might actually say that she doesn't enjoy sex. Maybe that's the only one person she has experience with, and she concluded that she doesn't like it. But clearly she doesn't like doing it with that person.
Yeah.
So where our argument was, which I don't think is a real argument, I just want people to not hear the wrong things, right? Where my argument is that the idea that she's pretending to not like sex. She just like to punish the man. Even me and Aunty B we've had this conversation before. A lot of men will come on the internet and we say they're being punished with sex. I said, yeah, it's an angle. That's how you feel. But if you keep looking at that angle, she's the enemy. How can you really come up with a good solution if you are dealing with an enemy? You see where I'm coming from, sir? It's a perspective that I'm trying to get at there. As like, okay, yes, you feel your feelings are valid, that she's punishing you with sex. But if you feel like a woman is punishing you with sex and it's been 8 years, sir, what would you do, sir?
I can't wait till 8 years. It's the truth now. How many years do I have to live in this world? I have to, it's even you are even tormenting yourself. You know what I mean? You are tormenting yourself, and anything can come out of it.
So it wouldn't even matter. It's just that we're not gonna be waiting that long. Like there must be something else going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was why I put that passage the other day. 1 Samuel 15:25. That's talked about stubbornness is as sin as a sin of witchcraft. So it goes a long way. And you are just even. I don't think you can pretend for that long.
Yes, for a long extended period of time is my argument.
Because you're just punishing yourself.
Why would you want to punish yourself? Is my question exactly. Black Diamond is put another angle here. Say yes, some women pretend not to like sex because they don't want to be called spoiled according to our culture. See, that's another angle, and I want you to speak to this one, sir, because there is we were talking about the 8 reasons why women's sexual desire is often misunderstood by who? By men, by society, by even themselves sometimes, right?
Yeah, it depends she's right. Depends on the men that you are dealing with. Some men,
right?
If a woman will initiate, you say, "What do you mean?" And if you bring a style like, "Oh, who taught you this girl is no, I can't believe this."
So we have this number 3 here, sir. Societal taboo and shame around female sexuality. So if we're talking in public like this, people not wanting to talk in public about it or wanting to admit in public that they actually like sex, that's a real thing, right? But also another thing is if they actually enjoy the sex. That's another topic entirely. And then we also have, when it comes to 8 reasons why husbands often misread their wives' sexual desire here. We have let's see, societal expectations. We have misunderstanding female sexuality, arousal patterns, which is what gets a woman in the mood. Of course, can be different from what gets a man in the mood, right? What you were just talking about is the emotional disconnect and relationship issues, right? Usually those are temporary issues. So, but to what she was just saying, if you can speak to it, sir. On the societal, women not wanting to admit or pretending that they don't like it, more so in the middle of conversations, as opposed to if it was bad.
The church is even worse in the church. I'm very sure right now the church is going to be different. That's another big area that the church needs to talk about. When they're going through marital this thing in the church, they need to talk about it more. I'm serious.
Agreed.
I went to college in Nigeria. I went to college in America, and what I saw in American college and Nigerian colleges is kind of different from what is going on in the church. If I became born again, I had girlfriends now, you know what I mean? The way we are closer to what we are dealing with is kind of different. And that's why there's very big issue in Christian marriages now. If you cannot be open to each other, talk about anything, the Bible says truth shall become one. As long as you are an adult. You know, when we are kids, it happens to you too. When our kids were even in middle school here, at the age of 12 or something, they teach them reproduction. They will send a note home for parent consent. If they can be doing it in middle school in America.
So parents better be being ahead of that.
Yes. Yeah. You know, I watch TVC about this. Yeah, when they brought in the Yabo Joe.
Oh yeah, that was a good conversation. Yes.
Yes. If you know that we shouldn't shy away from that.
Yeah.
Parents and the church must do a good job. If somebody can come to the pastor that this is who I want to marry, you are no more kids, you are adults. So we need to talk to them. This is how it goes, so and so. You need to be frank. Women need to talk to women, men to talk to them. They bring them together now in the seminar, talk to them.
Yeah. Agreed 100%. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Oh, yes, sir. All right. Let's bring Bumi. Bumi, talk to me. Bumi, long time. Happy New Year about 50 times, multiple times over.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, happy New Year, happy Valentine, happy Easter.
Valentine. Everything.
I've been seeing you and your wife's picture. People be peppering us. I say, hey, if we don't love now wow. Problem.
I'm trying to oppress social media, Annie.
I can. It's working. It's working. I want to pop out and show you people. Well
Yes,
done.
sir.
I said, let me join you today.
Yes.
For this Friday, so I have some time. So this is it's a very interesting topic because of the context. So I'm particular about the context, and I know you will say you corrected or you stopped the video when you said let's stop this African thing. But why I want us to keep it in Africa, because I won't say Africa, let's not generalize, I know you don't like it. But as we Africans, now keeping it close to home, Nigerians, growing up in Nigeria, it's the norm. So I can relate to when she says that. Growing up, they don't teach you, you don't even know anything about sex, about knacking, you don't know anything. The most is biology. What they teach you about the reproductive system. They don't teach you about yourself.
Which is mostly just memorizing. You can't really connect the dots.
It's cramming, yes. It's theory, it's not practical, right? So it's grooming, basically. It's the way they groom girls to say, at the age of 6, maybe you put water and then the pot is dry. You have burned the water, or you can't do this, you can't do this. And then this is just what I'm not generalizing. Well, I'm generalizing, but
I'm with you actually.
Okay,
it's worse. It's generally accepted. We all admit it's worse in Africa.
So while the men or the boys can go outside and be playing with tires or be playing whatever, so it's the norm. You don't know anything about. And I'm going to speak to myself. I don't know anything about my body. I remember when I first I first liked the guy, a boy. I was maybe 10, 11. And then I went to boarding house. So I didn't see this boy again. I went to boarding house. And then I didn't know, because in boarding house, you're away from your parents. But thankfully, I had like a school mother. And I had a school dad. So I was in GSS2, and again, because we don't know, we don't pay our attention to our bodies. And when people are talking about your body, it's almost taboo. So all of a sudden, my school father called me and said, oh, Bumi, you're changing. I didn't know. I didn't know he meant that I was growing.
Like your body, you're having body changes and stuff like that.
Yes. And
that's visual. Everybody can see too.
Yes. And I wasn't wearing bra. I wasn't even wearing top bra. So he called me and said, and I was just looking at him that, Chinedu, like we call him God that Chinedu, like, what are you talking about? I just looked at him and I laughed, and I was still eating. He gave me bread and I was eating my bread. So then obviously he knew, because he was the SS2. So he called my school, my godmother. My godmother, I don't know what he told her. She then bought bra for me. Then when my mom came for visiting day, my mom came with bra. And I'm like, now I'm connecting the dot now. Not now, but later I'm like, okay, they must have told my mom over the phone, or maybe said, I don't know. But because she came with bra, she came ready. So these are the things that you should, if you don't have people around you, for example, now just be there, I'll be jumping up and down. Before you know, one woman that maybe is having a bad day in her marriage will say, see this girl, witch is a wizard. Look at how she's jumping up. That
He
how
said you're about to start from the high places, from under marine water. These are the girls that the devil is using. Oh my God.
You want to come and seduce this biology teacher or this computer teacher. I'm like,
Oh
I'll
my
just,
God.
this is how we, I'm drawing a picture. So I get it. So it's the same way we don't know our bodies, we don't know what change is happening. When you start asking people, will be like, what are you, small girl? But the change is happening to a small girl, and the small girl is not asking you, and you are still calling her a small girl. Please make it make sense. So it follows women, most women in the African community, and then you're seeing that, oh, you should not have boyfriend, you should not do anything. Then once you finish university, where's your husband? How?
Right. Right.
So this is it. That's why I said women, we don't know our bodies. We are not, when when you start dating more than one, two men, they start calling you all kinds of names, all these things.
Yeah.
And you also made reference to some people married as a virgin, which is all right. But then I know someone that's married as a virgin that because she married as a virgin, she she did not expose herself to just knowing what her body would like. And again,
Right.
not just with
Bless you.
not just with having intercourse, but maybe with toys, all that, I don't know.
Right.
Excuse me. But I think if you're in that situation, you need to know about your body. So when you enter, you know that because in this context now, it's marriage. That's why when she was saying you are going to pretend, you are married except you want to divorce. But you have married this person, you people have to make it work. And women, again, we are doing, I don't have time for this. I don't want to do this. That's why in the bedroom, you're not expressive. You don't even try. You don't want, because some of these men that are not having the intercourse with you, they are going outside.
Yes, now because it is food.
Yeah, you see how Uncle Patrick said you can't start somebody for 8 years. Who's going to stay for 8 years? No, but I agree now. Why you going to, even 3 months is a problem. Then 8 years.
No, 3 months is the mark for me.
So
If we're not doing it for 3 months and it's not medical reasons, it's not stuff. The marriage is over as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So it's except you are which is from HQ, then you can stay 8 years. So that I agree. So these men are going out, and then you see them with this set of women that people are labeling all kinds of names. How are they getting these men to spend on them, to be with them? What are they doing in the other room that you cannot do in your room?
Yeah.
In your house. So it's part of learning, unlearning, putting yourself out there. We have to be expressive. It's not a crime. And responsive. And if you don't like to tell the person that you are with that, I don't like this, let's try this way. You to do your research, see what you enjoy. There are different things. All of us are adults, please.
Yes. But like we've said, we've acknowledged, and like she said, is deeply rooted. It goes back as far as cultural and societal expectations, gender norms. As much as we're saying people should educate themselves, this is the first step to the education. Let them know how they have been programmed, deprogramming that, keeping an open mind, and it's not an excuse that you married as a virgin. You're entering a new phase. You must know that there's time to educate yourself now, ready. And even as you go, you continue to educate yourself. Your body also changes over time. You can't stop somewhere and just say, oh, I guess we're not older. No, you are older, and somebody is still stuck, and you're still married to another person. So you need to have a conversation around it, educate yourself on what's going on with you internally.
And I'm so happy that, sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
No problem, go ahead.
No, I'm so happy that as a pastor, she's speaking on it, because like Uncle Patrick said, these things because she's talking about marriage, kingdom marriage, as they say, quote and unquote. So this thing, they are encouraging that you get married quickly, and then if you're going to get married quickly, you want to get married to the right person, right? And you also the two of you want to grow in that journey, because it can be fun if you're doing it with the right person, if people know each other, right? So these conversations have to start from church. They have to start from church. It's not just the 2 weeks or 3 weeks marriage counseling. It's a build up. It's a build up. You have maybe women's conference, you have men's conference, you have a singles night, and it's because these feelings are there. So in the Christian home, people just throw away that, oh, you don't feel this thing, right? No. By ignoring does not mean that it's not there. It's there. If you don't acknowledge it, they will acknowledge it outside for you. Right?
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
I'm happy that she's speaking on it.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm for it. And generally, especially in Nigerian homes, we need to. You are a girl, you're a boy. You need to start teaching them. You need to start talking to them. You see the changes. You see. You just see your son bouncing from one. When did you start bouncing? You just know. Just sit him down.
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
had my two boys are 2 years apart. They are now 17 and 14. Sorry, 16 and 14.
Oh wow.
And I had the conversations with them years ago for the first time at the same
No.
time because I treat them like twins. If this one is learning, like my big boy is preparing
Yeah.
for SATs right now. Oku
Okay.
dia kekere ki ma mook the other one. Like you two, you have to prepare for SATs. It's just that I
Yeah.
don't want to disrupt the schoolwork. But that's how serious these conversations are. Especially
Yeah.
if you know that they're going to have this conversation amongst their friends, and when they're
Yeah.
having it with their friends, it's not going to be in a healthy manner.
Right.
If even school might see them, so you have to be kind of like ahead of this kind of stuff.
Yes.
You know,
To
so
curb misinformation, right? Yes.
yes, but where you
Yes.
are right now, it's never too late. If you're alive and you're inside of a marriage right now, it's never too late. You start from where
Okay.
you are. You start educating yourself. If you're a virgin, you just got married. That's where you are today. If you're not
Yeah.
a virgin, you've had 5 children, but you've never enjoyed sex ever in your life. That's where you are today. We're going to start from where you are. If you are a teenager and you happen to be listening to this, well, I mean 18, 19, by the way, you're listening to this, right? Then you can start from where we are today. But sex is a very important aspect of life. Either you admit it or not. I think that's what she's trying to say by saying you're pretending to not
Yeah.
like it. I don't
Yeah.
think you can pretend to not like what you like. You like it or you don't like it. You can express it in a way that makes other people feel like you are pretending, but you like what you like, you don't like. Now, in terms of talking about it in public, people obviously shy away from sex, but that also end up translating into people's marriage. We need to bridge that gap and stop that, because there's no excuse. You're marrying another person. They might also not like to talk about it, but like you said, it's in them. They're going through it. You don't want to wait until your wife is having conversations with another person that make them comfortable enough
Right.
to express themselves, and then you are
Yeah.
now shocked that so women can do this. Why are
We can
you?
have this. Yeah.
Because again, we can only pretend for so long, which is a major reason why I don't. Where
Yeah,
where
and I
I
don't
want us to
even-
pinpoint that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even see anything about like for me, speaking from my point of view, I don't see the word pretend. If you are a normal functioning person, woman, you cannot pretend to not like sex.
So something is wrong.
Yes, something is wrong. It's a
Yeah.
different situation. Say you are like you said, say you're not able to communicate yourself. Maybe you feel you've been offended or
Different.
something.
Yes.
That's different. We know about that one. But a normal functioning woman,
As in, like you're sleeping in the bed.
if the one has not shake body first, like you can within the week, you have not shake body for 91 night. You better just know that you better just be proactive and say, Uncle, what's up?
Yeah. Exactly. Hold on, Bumi. Let me bring Natu into the conversation. Natu, talk to me. What's going on? What's on your mind, Natu? Natu. She just unmuted, but I can't hear her. I can't hear you if you're speaking, by the way. I can't hear you if you're speaking. All right. Let me see some of the chats saying, Natu said in the chat, she might want it, but what if the man does not know how to do it? Then she will pretend that she likes it, not pretend that she doesn't like it. It's the other way around, right? She might pretend, but that pretense can only go for so long. Eventually, she will tell you, I beg, Baba, I don't want to do it. Eventually, she will just start. She might say it in the form of, I have headache. You know, somebody said headache. I said, what is headache? Oh, headache. I said, I'm lost. Lord help me. You're allowed to talk to me. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Lose the Bluetooth.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Bumi, how are you?
Hi, Miss Natu. How are you? Congratulations on your exam. I saw that you passed that.
Thank you.
Exam.
Thank you.
Well
She didn't share it with me, but congrats.
I follow her on Instagram. That's how I saw it.
Wow, okay. So I think to Bumi, I think what you didn't understand from what Mama Funke was saying is that it's not people are pretending that they don't like it, but I don't know, but because for probably she from the old school, she do understand like back in the day, or people that are from their own era talking about sex is like a taboo, even among married people.
She's talking about the
Honestly
taboo.
speaking, yeah. So
Okay.
I'm from the north, and like that's how like any girl that talks about this, they just assume you're spoiled. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's not something that we grew up into, but I'm glad that the church are talking about it now because the world is a global village now. If
Wait,
you don't
not
teach
to,
them, they
not
will learn
to.
anyway.
This
Yeah.
unfortunately, so sorry. This is one of those conversations I have to interject as we go. When you say pretending that you are spoiled, I think somebody used that
No,
word.
no,
Are you
not pretend
saying
that you are spoiled. They will assume that you are spoiled if you're talking about it.
what do you mean by assume that you're spoiled? Like spoiled as in rotten meat, as in
No,
you talk about
yes, spoiled
sex?
as in you already know, you probably have had sex before. That's why you know it and you're talking about it.
Okay, so you have a man that
No, I'm not talking a situation of man now. I'm talking about the single people now. I'm not talking about marriage.
so single people. So you're
Yeah.
talking about sex, not having sex then.
No, talking about it.
Okay.
So this is the assumption
So
that people we used to have back in the day.
I'm
They
glad you
gi-
said that. I'm glad you said that. What we're
Yeah.
talking about today is actually having sex. That's what
Right.
Aunty Funke is talking
Yeah.
about.
So back in the
Not
day,
talking about
if you're
sex.
talking about sex, like okay, that means that you've done it for you to be able to talk about it. If you've not done it, what do you know about it? And even our parents too. If you're talking about some certain topics, you're like, so what do you know about this that you're talking about it? Do you
No,
understand what I'm
but how
saying?
does this translate to somebody pretending that they don't like sex in the middle of
So,
having
I don't know.
sex?
I'm coming to that. I'm just
Okay, all
trying to
right.
build up my case.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
because we grew up not having that conversation. Do
Mm-hmm.
you understand what I'm saying? So now, when you get to people in a place where people are used to talking about it, like from way back when they were single to they are married, you just be nodding your head and answering like that was none of your business.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, me, I don't care for it. Like if my husband wants to, you just have it. That's it. You understand what I'm saying? So they don't act like it's something that excites them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So they don't act like it excites them. But if
Yes.
somebody is plugging them inside a bed,
No,
would
I'm
they
not
act-
joking.
would they
I'm really
act-
not joking about this.
No, I know, but let me ask a question. If somebody is plugging them inside of a bed, would they now eventually show that
Okay,
they like
so
it?
this is the conversation. That was why I made that statement, and I said the reason why sometimes some people act like that is because some of those men are whack. They don't know how to do nothing, so they don't give
Okay.
their women experience of something to talk about. So when people are
Okay.
talk about the exciting things that they have in the bedroom, other women will be looking at them like, "Is it the same thing that we're doing in my house that you're talking about?"
Okay,
Like,
so
because
they don't enjoy it then.
of course they don't.
Okay,
Of
so
course they don't.
see, this I said you guys trigger me with the word pretend. You don't understand. So they don't enjoy it. It's not that they are
Yes.
pretending not to enjoy
Yes.
it. Okay, all right.
So I'm gonna give you
I am
this
a
clear
father.
example, especially with my Hausa friends that I have. So Hausa used to make one joke that Hausa men don't do foreplay. They
But
just come.
honestly, Natu, you almost convinced me because I can see how a person has been programmed for so long
Yes,
that even if their body is responding, they must not act like it so they don't
of
come off
course.
as a slut.
Yes, that I'm
Okay.
taking you. I'm from the north.
Okay.
So Hausa men, like it's the younger Hausa men now that believe that they can exchange roles during sex with their wives,
Okay.
and it's okay.
The younger
But
ones. Okay.
The back in the day Hausa men,
Uh-huh.
they just call it when there is catchy. Like you are a wayward girl. Like you want to be on top of your husband. Are you all right?
Yeah, some of the new ones are saying that too. Some of the
Do you
new ones
understand what
are
I'm
doing
saying?
it. Yeah.
So it's like that. And then some of our Hausa friends, like Hausa used to have a joke that they say Hausa men don't do foreplay. They just say Megida Yazo Bude Shiga, like the husband is here, just remove your clothes, let him just get on. And it's a very common
Right.
pattern. That's why you hear a lot of Hausa girls who say they will not marry traditional Hausa men.
So
Because they don't have that in their dictionary.
So hold on. That's speaking to this part right here. This let me pull it up real quick. That's speaking to the arousal pattern, what it takes for the genders to get to
Exactly. So some of these men, even before they could get their wife there, they don't even know what it means to get their wife there. Like going there where?
That's speaking to number 3, societal taboo and the
And
shame
isn't that
around,
the reason why they were having what's the name of this thing that they used to do for women back in the days? The castration they do
Yes,
for women.
that was part of it.
So,
The
exactly.
mutilation.
So why were they doing that? Because in their own idea, the woman's job is satisfy the man.
Right.
Your
right.
role is to procreate. So
Right.
you're not there to enjoy anything. That's what our parents had in their head back in it. You're not there to enjoy anything.
You're just supposed to be there to multiply. Procreate.
Exactly. So that's why every time they say we're preparing you for marriage.
Well, even Aunty FUNKE Dollar slightly made that mistake by saying, if I don't enjoy sex, I wouldn't have children. She also slipped that in there, which I don't think they are connected in any way, shape, or form.
If you don't enjoy, she's not gonna have children. No, so I think the statement she was trying to make is that I have to be able to want it to let it happen.
So I'm actually disagreeing with her, because there are women that have multiple children but they never enjoyed sex.
Well, and that's the point I'm still making to you.
But she
That's
made
my
it
own
like
point that I'm making.
she made it. I get your point. Your point is accurate. She made is like, I wouldn't have children if I don't enjoy sex. I said, no, you can actually have children without enjoying sex. So that would be if somebody was listening in and they've had children, which a lot of women have done that, and they've never enjoyed sex with that one man that they had 5 children for. That person will now be like, this woman does not know what she's talking about. You see what I'm saying there? I'm agreeing with your point, which is that the other way around. The only reason why people have had sex as time have continued to go is, you're going to have children. So let's do it for that reason only. And you're not allowed to enjoy it. But let me read this with respect to the understanding of the female sexuality thing, right? Women who openly express and embrace their sexual desires may face judgment or labeled in negative ways. Example, promiscuous, which can lead to a lack of open discussion about female sexuality. Historically, women's sexuality has been more restricted or controlled, leading to the perception that they should not desire sex as freely or openly as men. Is that what you're talking about, Natu?
Repeat what you said again. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm not going to read that all over again.
Wow. Maybe
okay,
yes.
I'll read it. Somebody else might need to hear it.
Yeah, I think that's what she's talking about. Yes,
Yeah.
I heard you.
Yeah. So my number three reason for the confusion whether women love sex or not, as compared to a man, is societal taboo and shame around female sexuality.
Yes.
I agree with Bumi earlier on that it's much more a chronic issue in Africa, but it's everywhere in the world. And I always like to spell that out so that we can know it's not just us. It's human issue.
Do you think the Western world has that problem?
What do you think? Okay, let me read this to you again. This is from research. Women who openly express and embrace their sexual desires may face judgment or be labeled in negative ways. Example, promiscuous, which can lead to a lack of open discussion about female sexuality. Historically, women's sexuality has been more restricted or controlled, leading to the perception that they should not desire sex as freely and openly as men. We're not just talking about Northern Nigeria. We're talking about the whole world. Have you been to Utah before? Have you seen the TV shows with the Mormons, the Utah people?
Yeah, yes. Sister wives.
Okay. Do you see how they cover up all the women?
Yes.
Okay. This is all around the world. It's just that we were stubborn about these practices. Okay. Obviously, they are stubborn in Utah too. There are 50 states. That's just one state. And that's probably just a small part of Utah. Okay. So it's a human thing. I agree with Bumi that we must own this because we're still practicing probably more so than, and probably they practice more in the north than in the south or the southwest part of Nigeria, right? But it's a human thing to want to suppress that particular gender in terms of their belief around their sexuality. But what happens when you continue to suppress something that's supposed to be natural? It's only a matter of time. Remember, you can only pretend for so long. But that was my question to you. Is that what you're talking about? The fact that
yes.
Yeah. So that's my number 3. That's my number 3 here. And I agree but we must break away from it. How do you break away from it? You can't just talk to yourself that you like sex. We have to first of all acknowledge that you don't like sex. Now we can dig in deeper to why you don't like sex, because it is not natural that you don't like sex. It's not a natural thing. It's something that you've been socialized to believe. That's the point that she's been making all along. Does that help? Bumi, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, no, I agree what you're saying. It's a socialization, like you said. It's what they put in your head, and is the bondage that you can't break through. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I have some true or false questions for everybody in the chat and you ladies on my. Let me drop the link. I don't know why. I think Uncle Patrick left. But I'm gonna drop the link. If you still want to come up, feel free. Anybody wants to come up, let's have this conversation. True or false for the chat and for you ladies in the panel. True or false, women are naturally less interested in sex than men.
I'll have to say true.
Is it true? Okay, Bumi, you say true. Bumi, you there? Let me see what they're saying in the chat. I see Adama. Adama is back. Hi, Adama. Greetings, everyone. Hope we're all ready for an amazing weekend. I am. Uncle Patrick said true. Black Diamond say false. Anybody else? Can I have another false? We have 3 trues and 1 false. I didn't give my position yet. No. Bumi did not give me an answer yet. Bumi, she probably stepped away from the phone. Bumi, you have an answer for that? True or false? Women are naturally less interested in sex than men. Chinye said, good evening, Obodo fam. We accept it. We are all Obodo fam. Welcome, Chinye. True or false? Women are naturally less interested in sex than men. Adama say false. We have 2 falses. We have 2 truths. Who is going to win like this?
True.
Wait, you say true?
Yes.
Okay. So we have 3 truths and we have 2 falses. We have 2 falses and 3 truths. Chinye, answer the question. Chinye is just coming in. She said, true or false, Chinye? True or false? Women are naturally less interested in sex than men. True or false? True or false? We have 2 falses and 3 truths. Uncle Patrick, sir, you said true, right?
True, yeah.
True. Okay, we have a 3rd false. False. I'm gonna join a group here and make it the winner. We are playing draws now. We have 3 falses and 3 truths. Adama said the answer is false because women tend to pretend and suppress their feelings. I know naturally Adama will use the word pretend because of the conversation we had here yesterday. Naturally, women are being socialized to pretend. I will yield to the word pretend if you choose to put socialize to pretend behind it. There are deeper reasons than the pretend. Nobody's pretending to not like what they like.
Let me share this experience real quick.
Okay, go for it, sir. We have 3 falses and 3 truths. We are playing draw now. Who wants to break it? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
You know, when I went to University of Benin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we started Redeem there.
Okay.
So I was an executive. I was even a pastor before I came down there. Mm-hmm. So we have some boys that come to sleep in my room.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pastor, so they sleep. You know, I'm a very good cook. They will eat. By the time they wake up, all these brothers are, you know what I mean? There is Ogi in their pants.
Oh God! Oh God! Bumi understand what Ogi is. Natu doesn't understand what Ogi is. God have mercy.
What do you mean?
Not you know Ogi is.
Before.
Don't worry.
You're not supposed to know Ogi, Natu. You're innocent.
They have a camel.
I'm 13. Sorry, I forgot.
So they have a camel in their pants. Like, Pastor, can you pray for me? I say, bro, if you touch any girl, you go.
All right. So
what am I trying to bring out from there? Allah, men are super ready.
Men are ready.
I have a brother, a junior, very junior to me. He's a medical doctor. Even when he graduated as a medical doctor and went to England, no girlfriend. He said, my big daddy, if my something fall down like this, begin go cry. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy.
If he spill on the floor, you know he's been preserving for more than 9 years. So once brother get married now, you know, when you get married, you are ready. So men are, you know,
men are always ready to go.
So,
all right.
And one of those things, you know, some of those things, that's why I said the church should be really involved, but they need to educate.
It's gonna be rough for the church to be involved, sir. Did you see how they have been judging their musicians because they collect money, ordinary collect money?
No, if you come for marriage counseling, for marriage this thing.
Marriage counseling, yeah. They talk about it. The marriage counseling is not enough, Nisa.
No, they have to create time for that one. Especially our young kids.
They do have to create time for that. I agree.
Men that don't know men. Don't say this man want to kill me or whatever. No, you can't do that. Don't you hear the one that came out? They got married 1 month, and the lady said no, she wasn't doing again. That the girl won't kill her, and every day. So is the way men, like I said, men are ready. You see my son with muscle, going to gym and everything, bro.
and that brings me to another point when you say that. So I'm going to pull this in and then I'm going to come to the answer. See, I'm pulling all those points in when I feel like they are relevant. I've already pushed them to the screen. If you took notes, you took note. But number three reason why husbands often misread their wives' sexual desire. Sexual frequency and routine. Testosterone. I always struggle to pronounce that. Don't mind me. Testosterone levels. Right? So while we're talking about that, I'm going to read this to you real quick. I'm going to read this to you. Hold on 1 second. Men's, again, sexual frequency and routine. Sexual urges. We're talking about sexual urges. The frequency of it and the routine, especially in a marriage, that people have created around it. The first one is frequency expectations, right? Men often driven by higher testosterone levels may want sex more frequently than their wives. Want is the key word, not the sex. Not like sex. Want is the key word. They may want sex more frequently than their wives. If a husband expects sex as often as he desires it, desires it, and does not receive it, he may conclude that his wife isn't as interested in sex. As far as the routine and the boredom, over time, if sexual intimacy becomes routine or less varied, it can lead to dissatisfaction for not just one, but actually both partners. If you are doing as a chore, you have that specific time of the day, that same position every day. That's what you want to do. If you keep doing that, you're a human being. You get bored. If a wife feels less excitement or novelty in the bedroom, she's not always able to explain this in English like Ola. If she feels no excitement or less excitement in the bedroom, she may withdraw, which might lead to the husband to think she doesn't desire sex as much as he does. Or you may call it you're withdrawing, or you are punishing me, or you are weaponizing sex. You will call it all these different names, and all these names will not help to get to the solution, because if somebody is weaponizing sex as against you, that's an enemy. You will only overreact. You will only respond negatively. You will be sexually frustrated, which is a reality. But if you educate yourself, maybe if you come up with what is actually happening, maybe you can come up with a better solution than just the solution to somebody who is weaponizing something that you love so badly against you.
Let me say this: our women,
yes, sir.
They need to understand men that are genuine, that are messing around. I went for a seminar. It was. I went for a seminar, Christian meeting for men only. When the pastor, towards the end of this, when the pastor called for men that hooked to porn.
Everybody here, sir. Everybody.
60%. You know the funniest thing,
somebody's lying. 60%, sir. Somebody is telling a lie and it's not standing up.
Let me shock you.
Yeah.
We are talking of elderly men in their 60s, 70s.
Yeah. You're lucky they're being truthful, sir.
White men, they came out. You know, open my God. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I just thank you.
It's a real problem out there, sir. Those websites are the top websites in Nigeria. You thought that was by mistake against the work of the devil, sir. Let me read this to you. Number 8 reason why there's unrealistic, or whatever I called it earlier on. Number 8, why men understand and may conclude that a woman just don't like sex, right? Expectations from media and pornography. Unrealistic expectations. Exposure to media or pornography can shape men's expectations of sex, where the frequency and intensity of sexual desires portrayed can be unrealistic. If a man compares his wife's behavior to these portrayals, this acting that they're doing in those sceneries, he may conclude that she doesn't desire sex as much as he does. Then the pressure to perform, part of societal issues. Men might feel pressure to meet certain sexual expectations, either in frequency or performance, and assume that their wives should feel similarly. This can contribute to misunderstandings and about each other's desire and needs. Hold on 1 second, sir. Let me come to the chat. So I see it true after marriage. Uncle P, Uniben are having their convention this year. That's the Redeem. They says they're talking to you, Uncle Patrick. White pap, wala. No be my back person go break because they watched one video. I actually think people that really have consumed those type of videos and try to replicate it are missing out personally. But how many truths do we have here? I have 1, 2, 3. I probably have 2 in the chat. That's about 5. False. I see Adana say false. I see Black Diamond say false. I am going to join the false. There's a very tricky reason why the answer to the question is false. It was a trick. Sorry. It was a trick. The key word in the question, the first true or false question that we have here, the key word is naturally. Women are not naturally less interested. They might have been socialized again to think they are less interested. They might have had experience that make them think they are less interested. God forbid somebody blow the back of your wife's back out. They might just find out they actually like it more than you. It's a socialization thing. It's the way they are being programmed. So women are not less interested in sex than women. The answer is actually false. Okay.
Sorry. Are you saying that men and women are equal on that table?
In terms of liking sex, yes. 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 Sorry. And I hate to break the bubbles of the traditionalists. Yeah. Women sometimes might actually like sex more than you. Some women use toys more than they're having sex with their husbands. Sorry. Hate to bust that bubble too fast.
But toys is for pleasure, no?
It's not children's toy. It's actually a sex toy. It's false. Desire is different, not lesser. Desire for it, the frequency of the desire for it might be different. Yeah. But in terms of actually liking sex, you'll be shocked because we just want to nut. To be honest with you,
it's the trigger.
Women might like the serenity around it. Yeah. Like they might even like you to, like they like all the excitement that starts from the beginning of the day till the end. You know, men sometimes what they call sex is just want to nut. You know, but I have the next true or false question here. True or false? Emotional connection can be a bigger turn on for women than physical touch. Feel free to answer. Emotional connection can be a bigger turn on for women than physical touch. When I say physical touch, add sex toys, the rabbit to it.
That's capital true. 100% true.
That's 100% true. Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat? When I say physical touch, in fact, I want to change it to rabbits. I'm going to change it.
You should be rabbit touch.
Somebody said, go and buy the rabbits. Go and buy the rabbits. I said, buy rabbits. By the way, I'm not against rabbits if you like it. But I feel like sometimes people are putting I don't know how they say that, putting the horse before the horse or something like that.
Or the cat.
The cat before the horse, is that how they say it? Something like that. Emotional connection can be a bigger turn on for women than rabbits. Somebody said just buy the rabbits, she'll be fine. True, emotional connection is everything. Black Diamond said true. Juliet says now lie. Most men love grandparent style. Many. No, we're not talking about men, we're talking about women today. Aunty Funke was talking about women. So we're talking about women. And yes, we're talking about your sexual pleasure. And yes, I am. Go ahead, Bumi. You want to say something?
No, I said true.
True, right? Everybody say true? Black Diamond said don't be jealous of the rabbit.
Yeah, I said true.
You said true too? Me, don't be jealous of the rabbit. If you got rabbit, even me, I'll be rabbit. Oh, anyway, the answer is true. Okay, the answer is true. And to probably portray that point, I think I should bring in number 7 as the number 7th reason why husbands often misread their wife's sexual desire: emotional disconnects or relationship issues. We call it emotional because you're not always aware of it. You know, you might even she might not even be able to express herself. Ignorance is not an excuse. She needs to learn just as much as you need to learn, but whoever gets to it needs to learn that this is always a hidden thing, because again, emotions not be your mate. Sometimes it's something that is not sometimes, all the time, it's not always very, very obvious. Okay, somebody said no, it's hormones. I said no, stop the cap. Hormones can play a role, but for the most part, you can't control hormones. You can probably control how you relate with your spouse. You can probably control your level of emotional intelligence. You can stop by calling yourself what do you call it, traditional man. You can stop that one first. That's like probably your first step to emotional intelligence. Like, first of all, we are all traditional. All of us like our ways. We don't like to change. We don't like change, even though change is constant. You cannot monopolize traditionalism. All of us are traditional. You just have to wait until you are 45, 50, 60 before you find out, like, oh, maybe I'm not really a Gen Z. I like to call myself a young at heart, but maybe not really. Maybe I don't really understand what these kids are doing. Eventually, you're going to find out that all of us are traditional. But that idea of putting traditionalism in some kind of constant, no. It changes like everything else. Traditional culture is a moving target, right? So the first step to emotional intelligence, one of the first steps, is to stop calling yourself a traditionalist in the name of you're just stubborn, you're just a coconut head, you know. But yes, can the panelists speak to that, please? We all say true, right? Why did you say true in the first place?
For me, emotion is everything. If I feel like you know me, like they say, to be loved is to be known. So you know how I feel. We are connected. You know, if I move left, and I know this is too literal, but I don't know how else to express how I feel. But if I feel that you know that if you say, "Are you okay?" and I say no, you already know that something's wrong.
Yes.
You can see my body language. You can see me, you know. So it's all in the emotional, just in the senses. I don't have to First of all, I'm not too much with words.
Bumi, let's play it. Let's play it. Bumi, what's wrong?
Nothing.
See your life. You're a liar. I knew it. You're a liar. But anyway, continue what you were saying.
If I don't say nothing with the quickness, like 0.1 seconds, what you share, just know that something is wrong. But yes, you can just see my body. And the thing is that you just don't, you have to know there are basic rules to enjoying your peace. And I know men thrive in peace. Women, we are very chaotic. We can thrive in that. So if you have a good partner, man or woman, they have to understand that, if I want peace, if I want to not be insecure, just let me know what's wrong. At least let me just know the basic. So simple things, So if I know that my partner knows me, there's a basic level that is needed in every relationship. Then as you get to know each other, you guys grow. You just need that basic foundation to grow. So it's a really good turn on. You just know that, okay, I can just cut eye for you like this. Like, okay, that this woman is thinking like this, her next move, that she's not feeling all right. He might not respond immediately, but he knows. I know that he knows. Yeah, right. It's a big deal.
So emotions is a big deal for you. What about Natu?
Same thing. I think Bumi has said it all, honestly speaking.
She said
and Ola, you're a coach, you know better. Like women, like emotions is a big deal. So like PK used to say, like the book that PK wrote, how to make love to a woman without touching her or without sleeping with her. Right. There are a lot of gestures that you can do during the day that can make a lady like ready before you, but not the outside style that just come and say, okay, I'm here. Pick up you understand what I'm saying? So emotions is a big deal, honestly speaking.
Not to. I also has collect today.
Wala. Uncle Patrick, sir. Yes, sir.
My grandfather, they make schedule for your wife.
There's how many wives? Like 60 wives, right?
22.
That's only wise to do, sir. You have to make a schedule for that. That's wisdom, sir.
Yeah, so you don't have to deal with the emotion. Just go and check your schedule. Are you sleeping over tonight?
That's an interesting take, sir. If somebody knows that they're not going to have you for another 22 days, there's a good chance that the excitement is through the roof. Emotional excitement by the time it's their turn. In fact, they're already jealous of everybody else before that moment. That's also emotions, sir.
Yeah, she built house for everybody. When you go to my village, you see their houses, all the wives. But like the emotion is the key. Yeah. So it starts from when you are even leaving your house, when you are going to work. Checking each other, how is work, how is everything going?
Yeah.
If you're all right, in preparation that you care.
Yeah.
You don't want to be like not to say that's okay. But how do they say it in outside Gashi or come over here? You don't have to be like that now.
Like bring that pushy over here. Bring that. Oh, sorry, Sam. Let me read this about emotional disconnect and relationship issues. Right, lack of emotional intimacy is a big issue in all of this. We cannot. Again, the point I'm making is that instead of being so quick to run to pretend, emotional disconnect is probably something we should address. Relationship issues is probably something we can address. Lack of emotional intimacy is probably something we can address. If there are unresolved issues in the relationship, for example, emotional disconnection, unresolved conflicts, a wife may pull away from sex, even if she desires it. Oh, by the way, some men will pull away from sex. It's just that sometimes it shows up as silent treatment, right? Men may interpret this from a wife as a lack of sexual interest without recognizing that the underlying issue is emotional or relational. Sex as a power dynamic. Instead of calling it weaponizing, I would rather you call it power dynamic, because as you know, I want you to be a student of power, because it's not just always intentional. Power we get in people's head, not always from an intentional place. It's just the power that power has over all of us at an emotional level, right? If you think you can always get away with being the king or the queen or the spoiled brat for so long, it will get in your head. It's actually a very emotional thing. In some relationships, sex can become a tool for control or power. People that have controlling behavior don't always know. They're not always coming from an intentional place. When you think they are your enemy or they are coming from an intentional place, you're giving them way too much credit. Usually, they are actually closer to the Don's side of things than intentional or smart or intelligent. Okay. Sex can become a tool for control or power. If a wife feels emotionally distant or dissatisfied in other areas of the relationship, she may not feel motivated. She may not feel motivated to engage in sex, leading her husband to perceive her lack of desire as personal. When I say it's personal, I say you're my enemy now. I'll show you. So every time we have a disagreement, you will just see sex from me for the next 3 months, Abby. That's what we're talking about. So emotional disconnect is the root cause. You are more focused on that. It's personal thing instead of going back to the root issues. Anyway, that's what I wanted to share with regards to that. Let's move on to number 3, true or false. We're playing games today. True or false? If a woman doesn't initiate sex often, it means she's not interested. They're all tricky questions, so please think twice before you answer. True or false? If a woman doesn't initiate sex, it means she's not interested in sex.
False.
False. Okay. Any other false there? Any other false? I dropped the link for Adama. Anybody who wants to come up? Any other false up there? Natu. True or false? If a woman doesn't initiate sex often, it means she's not interested. Okudayo is here, says false. Anybody else in the chat want to say false? Emotional connection than the rabbit. Somebody says so women don't like rabbit as much as we thought. I thought all these women this day, I thought all they want is just a toy. She yourself false. Who else? True or false? If a woman doesn't initiate sex often, it means she is not interested. Let's go to the number 3 misconception by society and of course a lot of men. Let's go to number 3. I think we should address is that number 3? Yeah, we kind of already touched on number 3, right? But let's see. Let me see if I can go to one of the reasons why women's sexual desire is often misunderstood by the general society. Let's see. We have cultural expectations and gender norms. We have media representation as number 2. We have 3, societal taboo and shame around female sexuality. Number 4, we have different ways of expressing desire. I like this one. I like this one right here. Let me see. Let me find out some more details about it. But before I do that, let me come to do. Somebody just came in. Okay, Uncle Dayo is here. Let's see. False. Nancy say false. Black Diamond say false. I see a lot of false. Wow. So it's not as tricky as I thought. I say false too. But this is why I say false. Women's desire for sex may manifest differently from men's. Okay, while men's sexual desire is often depicted as often more physical. Physical doesn't mean you are doing akpabio. That's not the same thing. Okay, but it's more physical. Okay, it doesn't mean you're at work and you're blinking like that old senator that said sometimes your attitude just changed. That's not what we're talking about too. That's workplace. That's sexual harassment. Okay. Women's desire can be more emotional and contextuality driven. There's more to it. There's a bigger picture as opposed to it's just the small head talking. Anyway, the way women experience and express sexual pleasure can be more nuanced. Nuances in betweens. Water, flow like water, like Bruce Lee said, right? Be like water, that's feminine. What man wants to be like water? What do you mean? That's what's wrong with these men these days. They're weak. That's what you might hear from the manosphere, but it's okay. This is not the manosphere. This is the Prestige family. Leading the way women experience and express sexual pleasure can be more nuanced, leading to a perception that they have less interest in sex, when in fact their desires might be influenced by emotional intimacy, comfort, and other factors. Let me talk to Uncle Dayo first. Uncle Dayo, talk to me, sir. How are you, sir?
Good evening
Ẹ
or
kú
good
lé
morning.
o. Ṣé wà
How are
okay? Báwo ni èbúté mẹ́ta?
you? Meta, okay. I'm in Ikorodu now. I was once living in the Meta, but I'm living at
Ikorodu.
Ikorodu now.
Don't mind me. That was my way of you telling me where you are to right now. Thank you. All right. So true or false? Or what's your answer to that, sir? True or false? If a woman doesn't initiate sex often, it means she's not interested.
It is false. Naturally, women are body shamed when it comes to sex. Some, they are body shamed when it comes to sex. I think they prefer to be the hunted. They want the man to come after them. They want the man to be the one that will be like, oh, all over them, demanding for it. If they don't make the move initially, it does not mean that they don't want it. Most times they wanted it, but they want the man to move.
They want the man to initiate.
They want the man to initiate because of the, it's a kind of a normal standard that, so they don't want to be as if they are like the one that is overhyped for sex. So they want it to be something that if you want me, let him come. A woman may be dying for you, may be longing for your touch, may be longing for all the things, but she just not as if she's not in the mood. Meanwhile, she's actually praying in her mind that this man touched me now. I'm here for you now. But, women sometimes we know it, and then we may choose to just ignore. That's when you see them carrying attitude. They know that. I'm here now.
So now let me ask you this, sir. So now I hate to relate it back to something so negative like Akpabio, but let's just have the conversation, right? Now that a lot of men think toasting is sexual, in this same respect, how do you differentiate? Because how would, if she wants to be chased, but at the same time it can become sexual harassment, how would you explain the difference in that, sir?
Now the thing is simple, okay? If you throw a vibe at a woman and she does not respond the way you anticipated, don't push it. See, there are some telltale signs that you know that this lady really wants you, or maybe she's just playing hard to get. But if the woman tells you, respect that decision. Respect that decision. A woman that wants you may not necessarily that even though when a woman tells you no, watch her body language also. When the woman says no and her body language is saying no, then she really meant it. But if a woman tells you no, but all her body language is saying yes, 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 just give her time. She's just playing for time. So that's just it. But you as a kind of a predator that wants a woman, when a woman tells you no, and her body language to tell, in fact, she may not even open her mouth to say no, but if her body language is telling you no, back off.
Yeah.
Back off. So that's where every man knows it.
But, I like that. That's actually an attractive thing to do.
Yeah. But because of some men's selfish ego, they want to superimpose themselves on the woman. That's why it now becomes sexual harassment. There's nothing wrong in you seeing a fine lady, you toast her. We have different type of yes and different type of no's. There are some yes that will tell you yes, but give me time. And then there are some no's that will tell you no, but keep coming forward. Women will know these things. So you need to be able to read between the lines. That's all.
Absolutely. Chinye said, I know my gender, and what you are saying is true. Someone like me who is a touchy-feely person can't keep my hands off. I am Julia says, people who are emotionally detached may find it difficult to establish or sustain genuine connections, which can result in strained relationship. Absolutely. Chinye said, good to see you, Mr. Dayo. Good to see you. I already left the show yesterday when you joined. I had to finish watching it later. Awesome. Black Diamond says, Uncle Dayo, thank you. It's always in the non-verbal cues. We cannot not communicate. Humans are always communicating. I like that. Humans are always communicating. If all you are listening to is words, that's just lame behavior. That's all. But let me read this. Physical and emotional factors. Let me pull this up to the screen real quick before we continue. Physical and emotional factors as one of the reasons why husbands, now I'm talking about husbands, often misread their wife's sexual desire. Physical, right, and emotional, but there's also something we call hormonal fluctuations. I know I mentioned it earlier, but it's actually real. Women's sexual desire can fluctuate based on hormones, such as during the menstrual cycle, pregnancy, or menopause. Till today, I have to be intentional when it comes to this. I'm so close to my wife that I have a natural disconnect from what her body might be going through. But I have to be intentional because ignorance is not an excuse. These changes can affect libido. And if a husband is unaware of these natural variations, he may mistakenly believe his wife isn't as interested in sex. When you mix this up together with all the cultural stuff we talked about, it's a uphill battle for women, right? This is why it seems like I say, hey, gentlemen, you're the leader. You agree with that first. Okay, why don't you relax and learn as much as you can learn about this stuff? Women too should learn. But when you lead, it's actually a lot more easier for them to learn. Stress and fatigue. Women often juggle multiple roles. Career. Because you cannot pay all the bills. Abi, if you can pay all the bills, by the way, it doesn't matter. You can pay all the bills all you want. She still needs the emotional connection. Career, motherhood, caregiving, etc., which can lead to physical and mental exhaustion. When women are stressed or tired, their libido may decrease, and their husbands might interpret this as a lack of interest in sex rather than a temporary condition. What crisis are you going through that's not temporary? You're a man. You should be sure of yourself. You don't need her desire to validate that you're sure of yourself. When you are sure of yourself, that's attractive. She cannot take her hands off of you because you are sure of yourself. You have confidence. But when you start to wind around social media like a bitch, oh, excuse me, sorry, Uncle Patrick is here, sorry. Childbirth and body image. After birth, after childbirth, or during other life changes, women's body image may affect their sexual confidence and desire. If a husband doesn't understand the emotional and physical changes a wife undergoes, he may believe her interest in sex has diminished. Okay, so I wanted to, why am I making it about husband? Because leadership is key. Leadership is much more important than partnership. Partnership is a default. You're married to that person, it's a partnership. You don't need to argue with your destiny. Leadership is not default. Somebody needs to assume the role of being the head, the leadership. It means more responsibility. It doesn't mean soft life. It's not an out, it's not an exit, it's not an escape. It means more responsibility and accountability. But it also means sometimes larger rewards, okay? You know, higher risk, high rewards, that type of thing. But trust me, just play your role, you'll be fine. If you compete with each other, everybody, I mean everybody, not even the perpetrator only, everybody might collect.
Sorry.
All right, let's move on to...
Very quick.
Yes, sir. Go for it, sir.
Uncle, you're welcome to the panel.
Uncle Dayo.
Uncle Dayo, I mean, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Hey, Ola,
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank Uncle Patrick.
everything is actually changing. I appreciate what you are doing. You know, about maybe 30 years or 35 years ago, you know, my dad is the head of the family.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my uncle, my dad actually brought him to Lagos. He would just come.
You mean like Olori Ebisa, as
Yes.
like head of the extended
Yeah,
family?
yeah.
Okay.
So this man would just come and tell my dad that the wife wasn't giving him kerewa. My dad would be mad. What is wrong with this lady? That's
Oh,
so lean.
yes. We can't blame Papa. No. Yeah. You're right. Everything is changing. And that's why there's no excuse. Expand what you know.
You know the funniest. You know what really makes me laugh. My dad would say she's just missing that juice. That's why she's lean. She's not fat. Just like
Nice angle. Will it work? Nice angle.
I would be laughing as a young man. I'll be like, "What's this, Baba?" He's the one that.
She's probably lean because she's stressed out.
But you know, those people don't understand. Then for
They
him
don't
to come
know.
and report our wife to my dad, you know what I mean? I was
Yeah.
like, oh my God.
Yes. All right, let's move on to the next true or false question. This one is a trick. We should be fast on this one. True or false? A woman's sex drive is completely tied to her hormones. True or false? Read it very
True.
well. Oh.
That was-
Okay, you said true. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Ladies, where did they go?
True.
Adama, talk to me, Adama. True. You said true? Completely tied to her almost. Adama, are you there?
Yes,
Yes, I said true.
greetings, not a good evening.
Good evening.
Hi,
You
Sister
said
Dama,
true.
how are you?
Not to say true. Adama,
Good
what
morning.
says you?
I'll say true because another thing is we need to realize not just medications as well.
Okay.
Prescriptions
Medication
can
that
be
also
yes,
changes the body.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Let me see here. Let me see what I had before. Okay. If I bring your focus, let me go to the chat. Keyword completely. Somebody is paying attention to me. Keyword completely. If I bring your focus to the keyword completely, does that change your answer, ladies and gentlemen in the panel?
Can you pull up the question again?
The question is true or false? A woman's sex drive is completely tied to her hormones. Keyword completely.
For me, I would say yes and no. Yes, meaning it depends on her age. Because age is you can't expect the same sex drive for someone who is in her 20s or 30s to be the same thing for someone in her 40s and the 50s. So to me, well, I would say no for women who are much older in their 40 because they're going through body. But 20, 30, you just want to have sex. I would say yes. They want to just have fun. That's just my own opinion. That's why I said yes and no.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? The
I
answer
agree
changed to
with-
depends.
I agree with Dr. Adama on this because
Wait, is she a medical doctor? Adama, are you a medical doctor?
Yes, I
Yeah.
am an anesthesiologist. Yes.
Oh, then that was cheating. I'm not gonna take your answer. Yeah, go. Let's go to Uncle Dayo.
actually what she said is right. But
Uh-huh.
we are talking about women here. That work completely depends on age because it depends on the age, and then sex drive age to age seem to differ. Same thing with men also. So your libido rises at some age and falls at some age, and on and on like that.
So let me help with this one. Okay, let me see somebody say something profound and interesting in the chat. Somebody said false emotions and hormones equals to false. True for both genders. The hormones determine it all. Okay. Let me help us with this, right? If we use the word completely, that means absolutely. If we are putting depends and we're putting age as factor, doesn't that change your answer if we're making the answer binary?
That means it's not completely dependent upon hormones.
No, you have to give me one of true or false, one or zero.
False.
Yeah, it's false.
What's now?
Okay, it's false then because you know why? Someone in their 20s and 30, why should you be dealing with hormones in your 20s? So that's what that's I'm looking at it when I answer my question. I tend to look at my question from this question has to do from a medical perspective. So what are you dealing with at 20s hormones? Unless you're going through something, some medical illness for you to have some hormone imbalance. So that's the part where I said yes and no.
Yes. So may God say that again. Who said somebody saying something?
Does hormones ranges? They say their hormone is ranging.
Hey, I don't even want to go through that rabbit hole, Uncle Patrick.
Explain, because not every day.
I don't want us to explain tired, but let's just say as far as completely, because of that keyword, it is false because the reality is hormones influence it is one variable of at least more than two variables that influence a woman's desire. We have, like everybody as I've said, there's mental, there's emotional, there's relational factors, there's social reasons, there's age factor, there's where you were born, cultural, all these different things, right? So if me and you are going to come up with an answer that will help us adjust so that we can come up with the right solution if we find ourselves in this crisis, right? We don't want to just jump at it must be your hormones, because that can actually be offensive already.
Right.
Because right? Right? Imagine say, my wife, you have been dealing with that hormones yet. You might even collect slap for that one. So we don't want to assume. If you are going to make any assumption, make it emotional. Make it emotional. There's an emotional disconnect. That means you have to take your time. That means you have to be patient. That means you have to actively listen to what's going on. If you're going to make any assumption at all, assume the best case scenario. Assume that it's not because she's an enemy. Assume it's not personal why she's disconnected from that. But I hope that helps. Let me go on to the next true or false question. It's a trick question too. Women experience sexual desire in the exact same way men do. We already asked this question, so you should get it easily.
Oh, heck no.
You said no? Okay. Is it false? Not to say false? What says false?
I said false.
Okay, chat. Anybody else? Uncle Dayo? Adana?
It's false.
Adama?
False.
False?
I didn't want to hear from Natu. Natu, why do you say false?
Yeah, not to talk to us. Why do you say false? It's a good question.
Women don't experience the same way as men.
So yeah, can you
Elaborate.
Elaborate.
Men can be outright and be like, I'm getting it tonight. You know what I'm saying? Or come back home. Or blah blah blah. They can use direct words. But a woman, most times you read with their body language. Or they say it indirectly.
Okay. Any pushback, Adama?
Maybe I'm looking at the time. Let me just reserve. I'll agree with Natu in some. Yeah, she's right. Everything is
Let me ask you like this, Adama. What would be the key word in this question? What's the key word in the true or false in the statement? Women experience sexual desire in the exact same way men do. What would be the key word?
Exact.
Exact now. Exact. It's not exact. That keyword exact changes everything, because if you say exact, that means the way men experience sexual desire. No, that is, of course, it's not so. It's not so. A man can come up with a boner, and the woman just waking up.
I love the way he used the word boner. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
With a boner and say, babe, let's get down. But a woman needs to be prepped up, the preambles, the introduction, before the final, whatever. So it does not really have the same way. Women don't do it like that with a man. Not exactly like the way men have their own. No, it's not.
Yeah, for you, a man, you might pick exact. For me, a woman, I might pick desire.
You pick desire as a keyword.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And that gives you the answer. Which of the answers, true or false? Cricket. Cricket.
Hola, let me say something.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all these rules, and when you are newly married, women allow it to slide. I'm serious. Maybe after 1 or 2 kids, that's when they begin to say, okay, can we just be doing this? Yes, you got to get married. But when you are newly married, you are just having your baby. Women allow a lot of things to slide. I said, okay, I'm just gonna let you know, why should it be that way? I'm talking from experience.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused what he's saying. What does he mean when you're newly married? I don't understand.
Elaborate on newly married, sir.
When you are newly married for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you're having kids. There is no limitation. There is no rules. There is no exact. There is no.
So after like that second year, you go start seeing that there might be rules to this game. Right? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I agree. Okay, we're generalizing a bit, but I agree. Because there's a reason. I mean, obviously, when there's fresh love, excitement, all that kind of stuff, the only rule is love. What happens when people get to a space in life and they start to say love is not enough? and then Marufus, he said, no, what do you mean by love?
No, but I think we're missing the two. When you say love, we're talking about if maybe I'm mistaken, we're talking about sex, right? This is okay. So if you
no, I would throw it back to you. When I said love, what did you understand about love? Did you understand sex?
when you say love, in order for when you're talking about intimacy, for me as a woman, and I maybe I'm speaking for myself, that's why one of the main reason I came in. Why do women find it difficult? We have men on this planet to achieve orgasm. So are they not achieving orgasm? Now I'm going to use that word you use, love. Is it because they're not in love with you?
Um. Okay, so let me explain my own context. Okay, when you say in love, that's completely different from love. Does that make sense? In love as a compound word, in dash love, it's not the same thing as loving a person, right? So, but I also don't make assumption that everybody is saying the same love I'm saying. If they say love is not enough, my first question is, what do you mean by love? And it sounds like rhetorical, but no, I really need an answer. What do you mean by love? You know, when people get to 2-year mark, 3-year mark, or 7-year mark, like Uncle Patrick is saying, and suddenly they are saying love is not enough. They're running around social media saying love is not enough. I said, what do you mean by love? They say, oh, let's stop playing, Jare. We all know what love means. I said, no, really, what do you mean by love?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by love. I just choose not to assume. I have a feeling you're not talking about love. But it's just semantics. What do you mean by love? Just tell me. Just break it down for me. Kind of like the same thing you just did with Uncle Patrick, Adama. I think it's very smart and wise to ask people to break down what they mean, you know, and not make assumptions off of our own interpretation of the words, you know. So, but these rules, you're going to get to, that's why I said, hey, you can prepare all you want for marriage. You should, but make sure that you are spending a lot of time on conflict handling, because there will be conflict.
Yeah.
There's going to be lower libido, lower desirability, lower levels of testosterone. Yes, even men. Yeah, he's going to find out that his body is not responding the way he used to. Uncle Daniel said boner. He's going to like there's no boner. Is something wrong with me? No, your mental stability too matters, gentlemen. If she's running her mouth against you in a way that makes you feel less of a man, if you're a normal man, the last thing you're going to be thinking about is sex with her. Maybe precisely not with her. Right? It doesn't mean you have your bonus, but probably not because of her. Right? So there's all those kind of things that will kick in after a couple of years, after the initial excitement of a wedding, a new person, that person that you really don't know. Somebody said, why don't you get to know them first? I know, good question. Wait for the answer. Why don't you get to know them first? You tell me. Why didn't you get to know them first? Most people that say I do, they don't know what they're doing. Why not? Wait for the answer. Don't just create questions that are more or less designed to be conclusive statements. Right? So I think it's a good conversation. But back to the conversation. True desire. Black Diamond is playing with my brain. Okay? She said desire must not be verbal. To be honest with you, I'll be very honest with you guys. When I said what would be the key word, I was thinking more desire. But then when Uncle Dio said exact and Uncle Patrick said exact, that's that manly thing in them. See, they are calculating so fast, right? But the women say, as a woman, I'm thinking desire. Black Diamond say, I'm thinking desire. And no, it's not always verbal, right? And then what did that create? It creates different types of answers. What can we learn from that? Not to come back to the stage. What can we learn from that?
Wait, what did you say?
Natu, pay attention, Natu. What can we learn? When I said, what is the keyword to pay attention to here? The men said exact. I wasn't thinking exact. I was thinking more holistic. I really wanted Adama to give me the exact word that she's thinking. But then Adama came back and said, as a woman, well, first of all, Black Diamond said desire in the chat. And then Adama said desire, you know. And then noticing that the men said exact and the women said desire here. What can we learn from coming up with answer to this question?
What we can learn is that men and women express themselves differently.
Eh?
Men and women express themselves differently.
We can learn that it's different. It's not exact.
Yeah, the men might think it's exact. The women is not thinking that way. So,
But now, shouldn't it make sense why they say exact? It's easy for them.
that's why, you remember I said it earlier. I said men can be straightforward and say this is what I want, ABC. A woman might be putting around the bush or coming up with different like body language, how they dress, the way they're talking to you, and the rest of it.
Yeah. I think the answer is now obvious. I think it's false. Right? Uncle Dara said in Nigeria these days, monolaria is a key factor to sexual libido for men or more. Man must eat. Let's go to number 6. True or false? If a woman says she doesn't enjoy sex, it means she's just not sexual. I'll give you an example. In the beginning, let me see if we can get that chart up here. In the beginning, Simbi of Uncle Beno's platform, Simbi, who is also part of Prestige Family, she said, I'm here. Don't like penetration. That's what she said. Hours before you started the show, she left that comment in there. Right? So now, with that being said, when a woman says she doesn't enjoy sex, it means she's just not sexual. True or false?
False.
Wait, she's just not what?
When a woman says she doesn't enjoy sex, it means she's just not sexual. Some people call it asexual.
It's false. No, it's false. Because it might mean different things. It's false. She might not be sexually attracted to you, or she's not satisfied.
That's
or
a
you're
word.
not loving her the way she wants to be loved. So you're not expressing, or you're not doing her through her love language.
Exactly.
Not to just read the whole thing. The thing is that a lot of men don't know what they're doing in the bedroom. So when you have women who know what they want and are able to express themselves, yes, so someone like me would tell you. And with my husband, yes, he's listening. For me, at my age, like I said, it varies from age to age. Orgasm is something that is very important to me. And if you're not going to get me there,
Wait, we lost you. Are you still talking?
I said, if you're not going to get me, then what Natsu said is true because it's false.
It's
Women,
false.
it can vary from a lot of things. And another thing I think men listening need to understand is sometimes our men are not into foreplay. They just come into it. They just want to get down to just bang, 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 bang. Come and get into it. Like enjoy it. Like it's not a chore.
Wait, go back. Let's rewind. You said enjoy it. He enjoyed the boner and he wants to back. What do you mean enjoy it? Are you saying it's pretending?
No, when I say enjoy it, it's like they just want to get to the penetration part instead of saying, they take your time and
Make sure you stay with connection. You're going in and out. Stay with connection.
Oh, sorry. I think I just moved. I went to the bathroom. So make sure you have her read her body language for men, and that's where I support a lot of things. Not to say a lot of our men don't do that. What they're
I lost you again. I lost everything you said the last 2 sentences.
Oh, you lost me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I
Yes.
moved out. Yeah, so what they care about is to achieve what they want, and they don't even take time to pay attention what your woman's body is saying to you. Like you can tell when a woman is into what you're doing. Like
Right.
if for a man that is attentive, he will ask you if you're not responding. He said, "Babe, are you okay? Do you want me to stop?" But for some men, I see they just want to just go into it. Like I have
Right.
a friend going through. That's all her husband. When her husband comes, he just shoots straight, and she comes. She said, "I'm not enjoying it." I said, "Well, tell him."
So
that's-
Aunty Funke Dollar, the lady we were reviewing earlier on, Bishop Funke Adejuigbe, right? She's of the opinion that you should stop pretending that you don't enjoy it, and start telling yourself that you enjoy it, and moan. What did she say? Talk Palais. He said palais. Talk. Like, what do you say to that? I think you came in late. You didn't hear what was when we were reviewing that.
What does she mean talk in this era? But let me say this, and she's speaking from. I listened. I picked up when Natu came in, and Natu said something about tradition, and I believe the other female that came in, Bumi or something, she was saying
Bumi.
something about the culture. All right,
Right,
now
right.
here in the Western world, I didn't experience any of that. I grew up here. Everything about so there is something called oral sex.
Uh
Okay.
oh. Uh oh.
Yes, I don't know what she's talking about. Talking about you need to no, you need to
He just lay down there and pretend.
no. I can't lay down there and pretend. You need to know
Wala.
what you're doing.
Paka
Yes.
paka pale. Wala.
Yes, because if I am going to, and there's something called, listen, if I'm going to, let's take this to a level now because it's getting late. Men enjoy oral sex, so do women. Why is our men not into oral sex? But they like you giving them a blowjob.
Traditional
Do you
men have
understand?
left the chat. Traditional men have left the chat. They
Oops, oops, African men have left the group chat.
Dr.
Hello.
Adamu, Dr. Adamu,
wait. Yeah, go ahead, Uncle Dayo.
I don't completely agree with that. Men love oral sex. Men love licking plates. Not all. Let me
Not
now,
all.
but let me just explain it. There are some of us men that our desire in sex is to please our woman. Whatever
Facts,
she,
facts.
whatever she wants is what we are going to do just to make her happy because we want her to keep coming back for more. If that man cannot please your woman, definitely you cannot guarantee that when else you demand for it, she will be ready for you. But the
Yeah,
woman,
I actually think that's a feminine man who doesn't desire pleasing their woman. I think they might argue otherwise, but I think it's opposite. I think that's a feminine man who does not desire to please their woman. Now, even
because
if you don't want to do certain things, right?
no,
Ultimately, the overall Ashekagba rules, yani, you have to desire to please your woman. Go ahead, sir. I'm listening.
so the thing is that when woman knows that this man really cares about my satisfaction, she'll be ready to play ball with you. But if you're a type of man that all what you just want to get out of sex is to be satisfied,
Wait,
don't
to
really
slow down. I like that. When she knows that you care about her satisfaction, she's ready to play balls with you. So when you go back to even CB's comment, which is that she doesn't like penetration, I think I would bet my monthly livelihood on it that she just haven't had a man who is putting her satisfaction first.
exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
she would want everything else once she's taken care of. But let me see. Thank you so much. Finish your thought, though. So let's make sure I didn't interject you.
Let me share a personal experience here. When me and my wife started, we normally, because we do so much in communication, and that after every bout of sex, my wife will ask me, "Am I okay?" Now ask her, "Are you okay? Which area do you want me to like improve, or which area do you like? How do you like it? How do you want it?" We communicate a lot. We talk, and before we do it, without even saying a word, I know what to do for her. She know exactly what to do to me. So we've been in life at maximum from that time till now. So it depends. If you have a partner that really get to listen, either a man or a woman, communicate. Babe, I like it this way. I like it when you touch me this way. I like it when you do certain things like this. I mean, both of
Let
you
me interject you, sir. So permit me. I'm so sorry because of the nature of the content we're going through. First of all, this needs to be addressed, right? Sexual taboo and shame around female sexuality needs to be addressed. But you are absolutely correct that at some point we need to find our way to communications, right? Communication. I'm gonna explain this communication, and also we need to understand. This needs to be addressed. This needs to be acknowledged. Different ways of expressing desire also needs to be addressed. Okay, so under 8 reasons why women's sexual desire is often misunderstood, we have the society taboo and shame around female sexuality, and we also have number 4, which is different ways of expressing desire, right? But we also have under 8 reasons why husbands often misread their wife's sexual desire. we also have this number 4, lack of communication. So let me elaborate on those before I let you continue, sir. All right.
Okay.
So the first number 3, right, which is the societal level thing, societal taboo and shame around female sexuality, right? When it comes to that, let me put it on the screen so we know what I'm talking about. Women who openly express or embrace their sexual desires may face judgment. Yes, when they are single, but that also sometimes by extension goes into when they get married, or be labeled in negative ways. We also have lame men that are lame enough that when your wife is speaking to her sexual desires, she could easily be labeled promiscuous. At first, for a long time, I didn't believe it happens until I heard a man on Clubhouse actually say that, well, where did you learn all those things, or why are you talking about all this kind of stuff? The same man is also watching porn 3 times a day, which can lead to a lack of open discussion about female sexuality. Historically, women's sexuality has been more restrictive and controlled, leading to perception that they should not desire sex as freely or often as men. Yes, it's more, you will see this more in Africa than here, but it's everywhere in the world. As far as number 4 is concerned, the different ways we need to acknowledge this before you can really nail the communication thing all the way. Different ways of expressing desire. Women's desire for sex may manifest differently from men's. While men's sexual desire is often depicted as more physical and straightforward, women's desire can be more emotionally and contextually driven. The way women experience and express sexual pleasure can be more nuanced, leading to a perception that they have less interest in sex, when in fact their desires might be influenced by emotional intimacy, comfort, and other factors. Now, let's move on to the last but not least before I let you continue, sir. Lack of communication. Now, speaking of lack of communication, unspoken needs. This is the first time I'm reading this in this live stream. Unspoken needs and desires. Husbands may not always communicate openly with their wives about their sexual needs and may not ask about their wives' sexual desires and preferences. A lack of open dialogue about sex can lead to misunderstandings, obviously, where the husband feels neglected or confused about his wife's lack of interest. So if you are doing that traditionalist thing where they can't really talk about their sexual desires, but at the same time you're confused why she doesn't desire, you see that your confusion is confused. Assuming shared desire. When you make assumptions, you make a fool out of yourself. When you make assumptions, you make a fool out of you and you. They used to say you and me. When you say assume, make an ass out of you and me. When you spell it out, making assumptions, it's actually you make a fool out of you and you. Assuming shared desire. Often men assume that because they desire sex frequently, their wives share the same desire, the assumptions, right? However, women may have different priorities, interest, or stressors that affect their sexual desire. And without proper communication that Uncle Dayo is speaking to right now, this can create a disconnect. Continue, Uncle Dayo.
Yes, actually, I think I was able to avoid a lot of problem in my marriage earlier on because of communication with my wife, because I made it clear from the beginning that we should be able to talk about everything. And one of the things that we talk about mostly is about our sexual relationship. So from there, I can understand her, I can understand her desires, she can understand mine, because we are all from different orientations. So basically, if you don't understand, if you don't communicate, communication is the key factor in so many ways. Because for instance, there are some things that I never knew that my wife loved until she told me about it. And there are some things about that she may never think that I liked. And then
right.
as you see, and now there is something that I don't like also about some men, not all men anyway, trying to demonize your wife, or maybe try to demonize your partner because of her sexual orientation. The truth is that even though now talking around the area of taboo, now matured men, every man knows their limit and every woman too knows her limit. If what you as a man consider to be your off limit, your woman desires it. Communicate on that. Relate it to
Communicate
her.
on that.
You are coming from. She will understand you. And also same thing goes to her also. You may want a particular orientation and then she may not feel comfortable with it. Now, going back to what Cindy said, that she doesn't like penetration. The reason she doesn't like penetration may be due to so many factors. Because I know of a woman that...
You're not a woman, Uncle Dayo, right?
No, I'm just from experience.
Well, okay. You say I know as a woman. I don't know how we can rephrase that, but go ahead.
Of a woman, not
of a woman. Okay.
Now, that ordinary foreplay. Ordinary foreplay, she has already reached this.
Thank you.
So it's just from that foreplay alone, she has already reached. You don't necessarily have to go in. You don't necessarily ordinary foreplay, she has already reached. I've dated a woman before as a young boy. Ordinary, so everybody have their own sexual orientation. And then I know of a woman also that if you are not at it for at least minimum of 10 minutes, she has not even started getting there. So everybody have their own different orientation, and you have to understand all these things.
Uncle Dayo, I know you're a guy man like me, so answer this question, okay? Make me answer this question. If you take care of her and she don't reach, right, and she don't tell you, say she don't like penetration before, 9 times out of 10, waiting go happen to that conclusion, say she don't like penetration.
It's simple. We go to second level.
I knew that this boss is a guy man. I knew it. Go ahead, say it again.
You go to second level oral.
Okay. But the penetration is a conclusion from usually we're absoluting here, we're generalizing, but for the most part, it's a conclusion from somebody who has experienced sex from people who just want to bang, people who just get a boner and they just want to penetrate before they do anything else. It's usually a conclusion from a person that have dealt with a man who just simply want to penetrate all the time. That's usually the case. Penetration is not the issue. The issue is what you already said before. If you can't get out there where she's not bothered about what's penetrating, you can let me say it the way I usually say it. It's not even just sex. If a woman feels heard, you can penetrate everything, not just sexually. Her brain, you can masturbate her brain, you can masturbate her body, anything. She will let you inside anywhere you want to go. It's because she's not taken care of first. It's because you are not a real man who knows how to sow seeds first. As a man, you must sow seed before you cannot be reaping from where you did not sow. It doesn't make any sense. That's what it comes down to. Yeah. But if you happen to be one of those 100,000 women, you're going to end up with one of those 100,000 women who simply don't like penetration. You're right. There are all kind of options. The only thing I would say to that is that should not be at the detriment of your own sexual needs as a man. Of course, there's limits. There's limit. If you like penetration, you go still get penetration, but you just know that you have to lead a certain way. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, let us be practical here now. If I happen to be dating such a woman, okay, one thing that I have to find out is that a lack of not enjoying penetration or not wanting penetration, is it mental? Is it?
Yeah, where is it coming from?
Is it traumatically? Yeah. Yes, you must find out where it is coming from. It's coming from kind of maybe she has experienced some kind of harassment or maybe rape in the past, that made her to feel so bad about it. This mental thing always affects
all those things. More. Yes, she will close up. Everything will close. Even for you that you were not the offender. Yes.
Yes. Even now, so you need to make her go through counseling to be able to overcome that fear and whatever, to be able to be open to it. But if it is as a result of pleasure, that it's not as if she has any trauma over it, but she's just not having pleasure through it. Everybody is not the same. Then that one is another issue entirely. But if she's just maybe traumatized in the past, and then anytime penetration occurs, it brings her some kind of a negative feelings in her, you have to work on her, make her, as I said, masturbate her.
So I talk about work on
let
her.
her
But you're a guy, man. Work on her.
I'm sorry.
Work on her.
I don't mean to,
Let
but
me,
like you need to do some work. That
Ola, let me
she,
throw
you
this
know,
question in for you,
she
bruh.
will come in.
Oga, Uncle Dayo.
Go for it, Uncle Patrick. Go for it.
Yeah, this question of this mouth that used to pray,
Mm-hmm.
I can't use it. No, I can't use it for her.
I will not allow you to tell us your age, sir. That's all I'm going to say.
No, I'm not talking about age.
I know, but I will not allow you to tell us your age.
But
No,
you should have asked him, but he will want to receive, right? He will allow his, you see?
Oh yeah, wait for it. I don't know, you are the one that asked the question. Yeah. I said I'm not going to ask for his age, and then you want to ask that question. Yeah, go, Adama. Yeah, ask him now.
But you would like to receive, you enjoy receiving oral sex, sir, right? You don't mind your wife giving you a blowjob. You enjoy it, right? But you will not use the mouth you used to pray
I'm
to
not talking
satisfy
about me.
her.
I'm not talking about, I deal with people in church, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about me. We're talking about even be a young lady, that's a Christian, you say, no, I can't do that.
Can you kiss, sir? You can kiss in the mouth.
Yeah, they can kiss in the mouth.
That's oral sex, sir.
God bless
They
you.
even kiss in church. Say if your first kiss, it will be during your wedding.
The mouth we used to pray, we can use it to kiss, sir.
MOP, can I say something to Uncle Patrick?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Please take it easy on my Uncle Patrick. Please. The questions are too much. Okay, take it easy.
No,
Yeah.
Only one question. Sir, do you suck your wife's breast?
That's also oral sex. That's also oral sex. But the Bible support that one.
Yeah. The Bible support that.
I don't know why they're bringing the Bible. The Bible, all these people in the church are the worst.
Because people that are inside the church. That's why. but let me.
Consent is very important. Let's come in that way. Consent is very important. If somebody tells you, I'm sorry, even though it's your wife, I can't do that. You can't. You don't know where. You have to understand where that person is coming from. There is that consent. Even Pastor Shola says it too. If you say no, you can't go down me. I can't.
The no must come before the wedding, sir. That's all I'm saying. And now we have a dilemma. We have a dilemma here because we're not supposed to try anything before the wedding. So, but let me just say this. Go back to the question. You said it. Personal preferences, of course, people's faith and their belief system must be respected.
Yes.
But as per speaking in general, maybe that's a topic for another day. I generally don't like to argue around people's faith because they have that freedom. Even in the freest of world in America, you have the freedom of. But when it comes to the rate of women that actually don't like penetration, let's just dissect that and get over it and leave it alone, right? There is no single statistics anywhere in the world, but there are some statistics that we can just gather around, okay? Only 18 to 25% of women reliably orgasm from vaginal penetrative sex alone. The key word is what? Alone. About 30 to 40% of women say that penetration alone is the key word again, is not pleasurable or fulfilling. We are getting somewhere. It doesn't matter what religion. This is just the numbers. Up to 15 to 20% of women experience pain or discomfort during penetration. Is actually a condition that they call dyspareunia. Okay, they have a name for it. Okay, we're not going to talk about the other ones here because I don't personally believe in it, and it shall be nameless. Let's continue. Let me see. There's another one here. Okay, yes, 20%. Okay, 10 to 20% of women in the US. Okay, so maybe it's Nigerian people that don't like oral sex. In the US, experience recurrent and persistent genital pain during sexual intercourse. Lifetime prevalence might be actually higher. Okay, so these conversations are very, very important. If how you can arouse your wife is by sucking her breast because of Proverb 5 18 tells us, let thy fountain be blessed and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her be as the loving hind and pleasant roe. Let her breasts satisfy thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with thy love. That one is oral sex, because you in our mouth you go use suck the breast. But I yield. Anybody else have anything to say about that?
It's well said. I think you said a lot of things, and this is part of the problem we have in our community. We shy away from talking about this. We need to discuss it. We need to, because you know why? The more you discuss it, the more open our women will feel expressing themselves. For a woman like me who is comfortable with my body and I don't care what anybody opinion is of me, I can express myself. And like Uncle the other Mr. Dyer was saying, he was saying things that is true. Get to know why do we can talk about everything, but when it comes to the issue of sex, everybody just go mute. Like Natu said, and Bumi, is it a culture? Like, I'm trying to understand.
It's a
And at the
cultural
same
thing.
but
It
at the
is.
same time, the same culture, we have men who have a lot of side chick. Like, it's not making sense to me. Obviously, the culture, they love sex. So why do they shy away from educating themselves in it? It's just what I just said now about oral sex. Let me make it clear. In as much as you may like oral sex, doesn't mean that you should be having it with anyone. Because guess what? You can get throat cancer from oral sex. So let's not go to that level. This is a medical. So
Not
let's
not
just
not just anyone, right? That's
yes,
a good word. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
not
That's
just
that's a more
anyone.
of a conversation we should have.
Because,
I agree.
yes, because if we want to talk about oral sex, we need to talk about women, feminine hygiene. A lot of our women are not good when it comes to down there because they don't know a lot of these things. So
Yeah, yeah,
we need to talk more about it.
yeah.
So that's all
Agreed.
I have to say.
One
Thank you.
100%. But why did you bring side chick into this?
Let be poor. Breathe.
Why did you bring side chick into this,
I
Adam?
brought side chick into it because what's his name? All due respect to
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You don't have to
We go
explain. But good point. Good point. Definitely, if we're going to get into the oral sex thing, the fact is that people will do it. I want us to educate people how to do it in safe ways. That would probably be topic for another day. We can't afford to assume that people are not doing what they need to do. We can't make that assumption. I'm talking about even sometimes our children. Sadly, when I say children, hopefully not underage. You see how I say hopefully, carefully? It's real out there, So if we're going to educate people, don't do it is becoming more and more obsolete. How to do it safely is more so of what we need to be talking about. Let me move on to the next true or false. You thought we were done. No, we're not done. No, I think we did. Let's go to number 7. Society has historically discouraged women from expressing their sexuality. True or false? Let's make this one fast. True or false? True or false? Let's make this one fast. I got 2 more after this.
I'm expressing their sexuality. Society has. Yeah, that's true.
Now to come back here. Uncle Dayo, true? Yes?
I'm still thinking about it because I think it's trickish.
It's tricky?
Because if you are going to generalize this, some society don't discourage women.
Let's generalize it. You have freedom to generalize it.
Okay. Now, even here in Nigeria, have you ever been with a Calabar woman? It's a general knowledge.
Why did you bring Calabar woman into this?
Let
be
poor. Breathe.
Let them breathe.
We're talking about
Just
society. Society like that.
are you
They
saying
train
it's
their
all
women.
Calabar women that are sexually liberated? Is it all of them?
It is their culture. Generally, it is their culture. They allow their women. They teach them from childhood to
But
respect their
Hausa women
sexuality.
claim the same thing in recent times too.
No, 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 no. Let
Alpha women are
Natu.
much
Natu can
more
speak for the North. Don't speak for her. Natu, please speak on that. Is it
I
true?
don't believe Hausa expresses themselves in such manner. They are much more religious conscious. But I know Calabar, they train their women to satisfy their men sexually.
So are they completely is the key word, immune against society discouraging women from expressing their sexuality?
That's not completely in the question, no. So that's
No,
why
I created the
just said
question.
historically.
I just created the question now. Are they completely
No, they're not
immune?
completely immune. They're not completely
Yeah, because you
immune.
remember I said even in America it's a thing. It's just not as chronic as in Africa, obviously. But even in America, it's a thing. You will be shamed if you express yourself like a man sexually on the internet. By women, not by men.
Yeah.
It's the women
Women
that's
will
leading that
label you.
charge.
Women will label you more than any other person.
See? So how can we even say by any stretch of our imagination to immune Calabar women out of this?
No, I want to understand why is he stereotyping? Why use the word? Why Calabar women? If you're going to speak on Calabar women, speak on Yoruba and Igbo women so that we have a balance. Since you have experience on each ethnicity.
Okay. Now, doctor, let me explain this. Calabar women, by their culture, they train their girls on how to satisfy their husbands. They train them particularly in the area of sex, in the area of food, in the area of taking care of the house. They take it as a kind of a tradition. That is why if you ever encounter an average Calabar woman, you will know they're sexually ripe. That's number one. Number two, when you're talking about Yorubas, Yoruba don't have such. What we Yoruba have, let me explain to you. A mother will tell a daughter that the moment you begin your menstruation, if you sit on the same bench with a man, you get pregnant. They try to instill fear into their daughters so that they don't get promiscuous at an early age. Most women, they got to know that, all what their mother told them were not really true. When they
So Calabar parents don't tell their girl child that if a man touches you, you will get pregnant.
No. What they do is that it's like sex. It's like sex education.
They said it's Akwa Ibom people in general. I think Marriott is saying it's Akwa Ibom people.
Thank you. But it's like sex education. They don't shy away
from
they
said an Akwa Ibom woman on this platform has complained about this. I don't recall that. I don't even know if there's an Akwa Ibom woman here. They say abort mission. Abort mission. Yeah, we don't generalize in general. Abort mission. We don't generalize in general. Okay. Now let's generalize above generalization by not stereotyping groups of people. We generally don't do that. Okay. Do you think it's true or false? Society has historically, including American women, discouraged women from expressing their sexuality. True or false?
It is true.
It's true.
It is true because according to what doctor said, you see, sex is something that many people will say this and that they will say A and actually doing B.
Fact. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. That's apt. Let me go to Natu is away from the phone. It looks like Adama. What do you have to say to this? Then I'll go to Uncle Patrick. Okay, let's go to Uncle Patrick. They probably all step away from the phone.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yeah.
That's discourage women from expressing their sexuality. Yep. That's why you see Natasha covering her head,
Yes. and in spite of that, they're still calling her she's naked in the Senate seat. Problems.
That's why you see the LA house with the Muslims. But when you go to Dubai, you see pretty women. They just look like a ring gold on their face. Their face is not covered. With limousine, chauffeur driven, pretty, very beautiful women. So we are just being religious here.
All right, I have a tricky one for us, everybody. True or false? Communication is just as important as chemistry when it comes to a woman's sexual satisfaction. Hey, this one is tricky with me. My confusion is confused right now.
This is trickish. Communication as chemistry. It's as important as chemistry when it comes to woman's sexual satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna true.
Uncle Patu said true.
Yeah.
Okay.
A log of wood now. You have to communicate. We just talked about it now.
Okay. Anybody else? Uncle Dayo, are you still in the fence? On the fence? You have to get off that fence. So.
I'll be on the fence because let me explain why I'll be on the fence for this.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever experienced somebody that, for the first time, maybe your girlfriend, for the first time that you wanted to get down to it,
mm-hmm.
you didn't, from the beginning to the end, you don't even say a word, and both of you at the same time. You are just like all over each other, before you know it. That is chemistry. Okay? No communication. That's just simple chemistry. Both of you satisfied yourself perfectly well. So when you say communication is just as important as chemistry, I would not say yes, neither will I say no, because sometimes communication will not even occur before chemistry kicks in. And then once chemistry kicks in, it takes care of everything else. If there's chemistry between a man and a woman, everything takes a back seat. But communication comes in when both of you are just like trying to
when you're doing life, when you're not doing life together.
Yeah, exactly. When you
long term,
when your chemistry is not that pronounced, but if chemistry is and up, communication takes a backseat. Chemistry always overrides.
Yeah, I agree with that. So the defense is actually the king here. The fence is undefeated on this one, right? Many people will say true because we have a tendency, especially as we learn, as we move forward into this new era of Gen Z wokeness, we tend to put communication above everything. But oftentimes when we say communication, we're just talking about talking. The reason why I'm on the fence is because chemistry is a form of communication. Right? Chemistry is a form of communication. There's a way that a woman speak without speaking. That's why Pastor K wrote the book How to Make Love to a Woman without the obvious, right? It's not necessarily, communication is not just talking. In fact, communication is 80% listening. Only 20% of your talking will actually be effective communication. So if we understand it at that level, it is communication. Chemistry is a potato. Like, what's chemistry? It's a form of communication between two sexual beings that have clearly communicated that I want you too, right? But they just happen to not have used words. Obviously another angle to it is communication. We can say sexual pleasure or desire for anyone, especially women, is individual, so you must talk about it. Not necessarily, the longer you are in that relationship, the longer term the relationship is, you probably have to use your words and not assume anything. Don't make assumptions. But when you are meeting somebody for the first time and they're showing some kind of attraction to you, or you are fresh in the marriage, less is more when it comes to communication. Sometimes you talk yourself out of the box. Let me use the word box. Sometimes you talk your way out of the box. You talk too goddamn much. You talk too much, and now the person is turned off. And in your heart of hearts, you're just trying to communicate, but you've said too much, and now they're turned off. Yes, sir.
That's what we call coding and decoding. So
yeah, that's all communication, right?
Yeah. So
yeah.
When you say you talk too much, you are talking about negative communication. That one is not communication.
But they were talking, and in their mind, they honestly, authentically, really just wanted to communicate because their therapist told them to please communicate, speak up, because you're Gen Z and you're woke generation. But anyway, sorry, shots fired at Gen Z. But women don't often speak up unless it feels safe. If you're dealing with a person with hurt feelings, many women, like we've said, they are being socialized to even prioritize you, and sometimes they do that to the detriment of their own well-being. And when I say well-being, I'm actually talking about sexual well-being too, right? So if you understand all of that, you do more listening than talking. So I agree that communication is as important, but we need to define communication properly and not just make it about talking, because when most people in this Gen Z led world, when they're talking about communication, they're just talking about talking, and that's the first place where they shoot themselves on the legs. There's also changes that happen over time and stuff like that, so you have to always be paying attention. And real intimacy actually happens when you're vulnerable. It happens from being vulnerable, meaning you're not trying to know everything by talking before you start. Like, what do you want to know everything before you do it? There's chemistry. Oh, you didn't know there was chemistry. You ever had Uncle Daya and Uncle Patrick? You ever had somebody?
Sorry, I'm confused. You keep using the word chemistry. Are you talking about body language? I'm sorry, I don't know. What is chemistry? What are you talking about when you use the word chemistry? Are you talking
Chemistry.
about body
No, we
language?
talk.
What is that?
I'll go explain tired though. Hey, Jesus.
Confidence.
No. I'm sorry. I don't know. When you say chemistry, are you talking about like? Are you talking
No,
about
it's a
body
good
language?
question. It's a good
Yeah.
question. We shouldn't, we're talking about sexual chemistry. And according to Google, which is very quick for me to do when I'm on these shows, it refers to the immediate and intense physical attraction and desire you feel towards another human being, often marked by a feeling of being drawn to them and a desire to share, desire to knock. Jesus Christ, Adama,
Okay.
help
Thank
me.
you. Thank you. I don't know what
Help
what are
me!
you
Help
talking about?
me! Help me! There are children like me in the room. I beg. All right. So, anyway, I think the point is made. So I don't come and.
We go explain because no evidence.
Let's move on to the last but not the least. True or false? A woman's sexual desire can be awakened or enhanced with the right emotional and physical environment. Don't tell me this is tricky, I beg. Please. I made this super simple so we can finish the conversation on a good note.
This is true now.
That's true, though. That is so true.
true.
We are a product of our environment.
Okay. All right. So I have a very wild question for us to finish the session with. It's so wild, right? All you dirty people mind. I wasn't talking to you, but do couples just need sex toys? Is that what this is about? Because everywhere I turn, when there's a sex spot or there's somebody who is teaching somebody, it almost seems like the ultimate goal is to sell sex toys. Is that just what people need? Anybody can go in the chat, in the panel, please speak to
What
this.
question, please?
Do couples just
What
need
question?
sex toys? Do couples just need sex toys and all of this will be solved? Or this whole problem of this conversation that we had for 3 hours, do we really need that? If you pull sex toys into the bedroom, it should solve the problem. True or false?
I don't agree with that, and I can see. Let me just explain something first before I can give you my final answer. Number one, what is the essence of sex toys? We have to we need to like understand that in a relationship whereby the man and the wife are sexually satisfying each other, sex toys are in place. That's number one. I think sex toys after some time can become addictive, and then it will make you not to be enjoying natural sex again with your partner. So care should be taken about that. I personally don't believe in it. This one is personal. It's not general. I'm just expressing my own.
Personal, right?
So I personally don't believe in it because I believe that the moment I can replace my wife with a dildo, I don't love my wife again.
No, it's not you replacing your wife. It's your wife replacing you. Don't make the mistake.
No, see, sex toys are both. Are for both. You are for the man. You are for the woman. Are you getting me now?
Do tell. I missed that part. Do tell, please. What are you talking about?
Now, the moment that my wife can replace me with a, with a toy, that means that marriage, that's a problem.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that men, African traditional men in general, always assume we're talking about dildo when they say sex toy? Can you explain?
God bless you. I was just get ready to say that has been their general response. They always feel they're being replaced by a dildo or a vibrator or something. No, that's not what
A
sex
sex toy
toys
can
are.
be this bottle of water.
What a prestige you are bad.
MOP, question is,
Sir. Go ahead, I'm listening, sir. Why do men, African traditionalist men, always assume when we say sex toy, the first thing they go to is a big old deal? In their mind, it's a big old deal.
Start giving you testimony of how they're being replaced in the bedroom, and a lot of them saying this have never experienced their whole life a sex toy with anybody they've been with, like incorporated it into. It has nothing to do with the performance of you or her. It's part of something you incorporate to make your bedroom a little, if I start talking now, they say Adama is too detailed.
Talk to us, Adama, educate us. We need to know.
It'll be spicy. Right?
No, it's something you have to incorporate to enhance your, to make it incorporate. Like women wear lingerie for a reason. And there's something called, have you heard this people call the dominatrix, where they handcuff you and all that stuff? They like torture there are different way people get satisfied. So
I love
sex
those.
toy is something. Oh, you see, you're into dominatrix and you don't like sex toys?
I love those. I love those.
Wait, you actually said I love those. So you love those, but you don't like sex toys?
No, I play the game with my wife.
Okay, so it was like a role play thing. It wasn't that deep for you. It's a role play thing. Okay.
I play that game with my wife sometimes just to spice up our relationship. We do that. But where I got caught in the foot was when you said that, because my man went to dildos, and when you say dildos,
so back to the question: why do men assume we're talking about dildos? It's a real question. I want answers for it. Why do they assume we're talking about dildos?
Come on. Okay. Those are the popular ones.
Those are the popular ones.
Yeah, that's the one they show on film that people. I know of a woman that says, all kinds. So that's so that one. Those are the ones that fall at the airport. In women's bag.
No, but Sarah, let me educate people about that. Vibrators for most women. Let me say this: married women too, as well, do use vibrator. If you know your husband is not that sexually active, what will you prefer as a man? A vibrator or her going out there? Let's answer. All the men, including your man of prestige, answer that question honestly.
What's the question? Say it again, please.
What will you prefer if you know you are not satisfying your wife?
Right.
And she said she introduced this and say, honey, this is something I would like to use in order for me to satisfy.
Well, for me, I'm the wrong person to ask the question. Pull out all the toys.
You see, that's the kind of man I like. But
yeah, but it's unfair to compare me to all.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is this: do you prefer that to her going outside sleeping with someone? Preference.
Let me answer the question. Okay, somebody wants to go. You want to go, Uncle Dayo? I'll come back to it. Yeah, go.
Now, see, that means there's a problem in that relationship. Now, my standing point is, if both of us are satisfied by each other, I can still accommodate introducing some kind of an enhancement to increase our joy and all. But if you have to use something like like a vibrator or a dildo whatsoever, to me, it's off. Because why? It's a replacement. Because you want to use it to satisfy yourself, which I can naturally do for you.
So let me ask you this question. There, what does replacement mean when it comes to an emotion that you feel as a man? What does replacement mean for you?
See, man has an ego. Are you getting me?
Okay.
And now, just as a man will not allow his wife to go outside to be sexually satisfied, so same thing, same mentality will not also may not allow the woman. I mean, may not let a man allow a woman to look for other alternatives to like satisfy herself when the man is doing that. Are you getting me? But I can understand if the man has a problem, if the man could no longer satisfy the wife, then there's a reason for that. So,
but he has ego. He will not admit that he's no longer able to satisfy her.
Let me say, Gerard, one thing just came to my mind.
Okay, go for it, sir.
It's just like a pet.
Mm-hmm.
Just like an hunting dog. It's not all hunters that has a dog that follow them to hunt, and it's not everybody that likes a pet. I'm just gonna, most people when they're getting older, they want a dog that they can be running around with. But some people don't like a dog, even when they are not old, when they just want to live our life. So that's the way I look at it. I
rather, instead of a dog, I'd rather look at it as a car.
Maybe
a car, like an actual car? No, like a machine car, sir. A machine car. I'd rather look at it as a car. Would you rather drive from here to South Carolina, from here in New York City to South Carolina, or use a car, sir?
Drive?
Yeah,
I can take plane instead of driving.
No, okay, good. So let's compare driving to plane. So you rather fly, right?
Yeah.
Oh. But why is it that we don't have competition between our legs or our car and planes? There's an active competition going on between men's prick and dildo. That's why they make assumptions that we're talking about dildo when we talk about sex toy. Is ultimately fear. That's the emotion.
Fear of being replaced and knowing that thing will perform better than they do. Because it's a toy. It's just a mental thing. It's just a mental thing.
I don't know. I don't. The last thing I want to do today is confuse Uncle Patrick.
There's one that women like. It's called flower. Women love it. It's just all I'm saying is bless.
Is it a prescription from your wife? If we go back to what Adana was just saying, your wife is not satisfied, but our ego struggles with even comprehending that.
See, MOP, if your wife is not satisfied, and you say you are not living up to par, you have no moral justification. Of course, it will bruise your ego, but you have no moral justification not to look for alternative because.
Kudayo, this does not involve morals. This is knocking. There's no morals in this one.
With morals when it comes to knocking, please let's take out morals.
You are doing the nasty that you will never want your children to walk in on. Is what I'm talking about. Let's be clear.
I'm trying to take me out of context. I'm saying that you have no justification not to allow her.
No, but you do. You will justify it with the bullshit. That's what I always say here. When emotions are at play, you go see something will be clear emotions. You go call them logic. We do it all the time. Men do it all the time.
You're a young man. You're an American.
Now they're calling me American. Me, Timo grow up Lakure, me.
I'm a baby boomer. You see, me, I'm a baby boomer. I'm looking at my retirement.
I agree with you on that one, sir. I'm sure you're also married to a beautiful woman who is in the same dimensions with you with respect to that. And I think a lot of men that are younger are completely disconnected from the dimensions that their ladies are operating in. And one of the things that they do is they will blame it on social media. They will blame it on the exposure. They will blame it on the Yankee, on the Gen Z. They will blame it on Ayolaju, enlightenment, wokeness. They blame it on all these different things. But what we know that we can all agree to is that there's a disconnect. That people are actively, when we look at it, there's only one side that is fighting their destiny, which is change, which is constant, right? Like, I agree with Uncle Dayo earlier on. There's limits to everything. Honestly, Uncle Dayo, you said it earlier. You don't have to go that far to satisfy your woman. Just being open-minded is all it takes to satisfy a woman. Just being open-minded, being able to listen without feeling judged or feeling like you need to judge or feeling like you need to. Just that alone, a woman is already coming all over herself. So she's probably not going to push you beyond your limits anyway. At least she married you in the first place. But when we are closed-minded, it's one of the most unattractive traits that anybody can show. And it shows in how we respond to certain conversations. Like, for example, I know I nitpick that dildo thing, but it's an example. Whenever we talk about sex toys, the first thing that the man's mind goes to is a big old dildo that looks like this microphone that she's inserting in herself. In the same breath that she already told you she doesn't like penetration. What will make us assume that she wants to be inserting or penetrating herself with machine is fear. It's only emotions that will make us assume out of logic. It's only emotions. It's fear. But if we just calm down and say, you're not satisfied, talk to me, babe. What's going on? What would you like? Just the attempt to do that is all she needs to come. But of course, we'll block it with our ego. Our ego sometimes shows up in the form of religion, by the way. It shows up in the form of anything that's stagnant, that's supposed to be stagnant, that doesn't move. It's the same exact reason why we are saying that musicians should not go and make money outside of church. It's the same issue. It's close-mindedness. But today we're talking about knacking. You know? So do couples just need sex toys? No. My answer is no. Obviously. Because I just told you, just open-mindedness goes a long way. But sex toys is not just dildo. It's enhancement. Okay? It's getting to the destination faster, a lot more easier, simpler. Can people get addicted to any one of these things? Yes, you can get addicted to water and it can kill you if you do too much of it. That should not be a reason to not be open-minded, because I didn't even ask you to do anything yet. I just said be open-minded for the conversation, you know. But I'll say this real quick. Okay, let me say this real quick, then I'll take everybody's last words, because I think when it comes to this conversation, this part of the conversation is very tricky for a lot of people. We're very quick to bring in religion too. But I like how Pastor Kingsley does it. But he probably is not allowed to go as raw as I would, you know. Not just sex toys. No. The answer to it is no, not just sex toys. Sex toys, they are literally accessories. They are not the solution to deeper issues. If she's not satisfied, you could probably enhance things. But the reason is not because she needs a machine. She's not trying to replace you. That is a you problem. That's you having fear that somebody can potentially replace you. But how do you justify it? You say, you can get addicted to it and you'll be satisfied. You'll be satisfied by me. My wife will not be satisfied. My ego is too much to ever admit that. The best thing I would do is I can't satisfy you. Talk to me, babe. Talk to me. That's the direction my ego goes. Not no, I'm not. We can. Why do you want a dildo in our bedroom? Like, you know, Abi drop outside of our bag one day, and instead of like, if let me tell you something. If dildo drops from my wife's bag, you know what I'll do? I'll be like, you ready? You ready? Let's go. I got you, babe. I got you. Right? It might even become awkward for her. Right? Because she's probably not expecting an African man to be like, you got me what? What? No, because remember, she still has to deal with the cultural discomfort, awkwardness around that, right? But it's just a matter of you being open-minded to make her feel comfortable to express herself. Remember that. There are deeper issues. The deeper issues, there's a disconnect. You're not open-minded. It's not just in the topic of knacking or having sex. It's generally in everything. You tend to be close-minded, and that's a turn-off for a lot of women. If a couple is struggling with emotional disconnection, communication breakdown, mismatched libidos, or unspoken resentment, a vibrator will not fix it. It's temporary fix, if anything. It's like trying to put a band-aid on a leak in the roof. Will it work? But yes, sex toys can help. When the relationship is solid, or even when it's in progress, sex toys can add novelty. Like, you're boring, you can add some excitement around this thing, help with arousal and pleasure, And by the way, she wants to knock more if you take care of her first. Reduce pressure during sex, of course, or during quote unquote I don't like penetration. It's not all on one person to perform. You're not a king if you try to be a king. You're a king because you are a king. You don't need to be a machine. You have to know how to leverage the resources at your disposal. Help explore fantasies or preferences in a playful way. It doesn't have to get so deep. We're talking about me and you knocking. I'm talking about you're going to get addicted. Why am I talking about addicted? I'm knocking my wife. Why am I talking about addiction? Jesus Christ. Completely different conversation. You can be addicted to anything, including food and ice cream and sugar that will kill you at night. Why would I want to talk about that when I'm talking about exploring the next best restaurant? Like, why would I want to bring that into the conversation? And why am I bringing fatty food into a conversation about going to a restaurant, a nice restaurant with my wife? I'm staying focused. We want to go and explore food. We're foodies. I'm not really a foodie, by the way. I only eat eba and amala. So when sex toys work best in relationship is when communication is obviously open, right? Trust is strong. You cannot, again, if you are lacking trust issues, it cannot fix it, cannot replace it. When there's actual healthy curiosity, don't try to know everything. We don't know everything. You have not discovered everything about your body, gentlemen. You have not discovered everything about how you can enjoy pleasure. But let me stop there because somebody is getting triggered. Okay, pleasure is mutual. You will enjoy it together. She's not replacing you, especially if she's bringing it up to you. She's not replacing you. But that's real talk. If the sex feels disconnected, toys will not create connection. Okay? If anything, it can help, it can enhance, it can make you seem open-minded instead of being a close-minded robot who is just always masculine. If sex feels like routine, toys can spice things up, obviously. Because you're boring. You just want to knock from missionary all the time. Maybe not missionary, maybe from the side. There are women that are also boring. Ladies, most of you are boring. If one partner is unsatisfied, you should have a conversation. The longer term your relationship has been, you should talk. It's awkward, yes, in the beginning, but get used to talking about it. Throw some banters, be playful. Like Aunty FUNKE said, tickle each other. Tickle, 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 tickle. I'm very ticklish, by the way. If you tickle me, I will jump out of myself. All right. That's all I have. Any last word? That's it. That's all I have for this topic. I'm drained.
Thank you, Ola.
This is what I wanted to say. My last word is this for our men should pay attention. Women, everything you said for like I said, I want let women experience orgasm is good for them. So no matter how much you claim you're doing everything you're supposed to do, if you really know your woman, you will know if she has achieved an orgasm. And that should be your goal anytime you want to be intimate with that person. Because once you give her that, trust me, she won't complain about anything. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Adama. Thank you. All right. I'm going to drop you off the stage. You got your last word out, right? You good? Okay, she dropped off. Don't be a stranger. Adama. I keep using that.
I've really learned a lot from you, from everybody anyway.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We always learn from you, too. We always learn from you.
You guys are wonderful.
Yes, sir. All right. You give me your last word, sir.
Yeah, what I'm just trying to say is that, the next coming generation or the Gen Z, by the time they begin to unpack everything they are learning, it's going to be a different ball game. Ola,
yeah.
Because I'm going to say maybe 30 years back or so, I didn't even know about what is. I didn't hear people talking about licking plates. I'm serious.
I know, I hear you.
I'm very sure my parents never did that. They didn't.
How are you so sure, sir?
I'm very sure. It's the truth. I know where I'm coming from.
I don't know what my parents did, and I don't want to know, sir.
No, it's not even my elderly ones.
Okay.
I have elders that in their 70s. So, but what the bottom line is that next coming generation, the Gen Z, they're gonna they have a lot.
You have a lot to learn. We're exploring, though.
Yeah.
So you have to stay on top of things, sir.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Okudaya, talk to me, sir.
Yes, sir. I will take it from where Uncle Patrick left off. See, we the baby boomer generation, some of us we are like.
Wait, you're a baby boomer, sir? I didn't know that, or I just assumed. Okay, all right. Talk to me.
We are like conservative in nature.
But you're very young at heart for a baby boomer. You're like Uncle Patrick, sir.
Yes.
You're very open the way you have conversations with her, and I appreciate that. I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it's like we are very, very conservative in nature because our background, our culture, the way we are brought up in a particular different way. My fear for the Gen Z is that they are getting disconnected from the traditions and from the norms that have built our society. Now, I'm beginning to see a future whereby things like sex will become less personal. It become less connected. It's not as if it's going to be completely disconnected, but it will become less connected. Because why? Okay, let me give you a clue, sir. This may be another topic for some other day, but do you know presently now all these enhancing drugs?
The blue pills.
The blue pills, the local ones, all these
Kayamata, all these different things.
It is people in their 20s and their 30s that are using it more.
That's terrible. That is terrible.
And I cannot remember in my own time while I was in my 20s and 30s, I was so viral and so active. I tried nothing like that even crossed my mind. But it surprised you that young boys of 20-something, 30-something years old, they are the ones that are using all these energy boosters, sexual boosters, more than any other thing. So to me, I can see a future whereby by the time they get to their 40s to their 50s, the effect of these things will be setting in, and then their wives or their partners at that time will not be forced into all these sex toys and all this other. Now they'll be much more disconnected sexually with their partners because they are already laying the precedence. So before you know it, sex will not become a thing of science. No longer be intimate and personal as we used to have it. So that's my fear for this generation. However, back to the issue at hand, I would just want everybody to go with what pleases him. Whatever works for you, stick to it. Whatever does not work for you, there is no general law anyway. Thank God, even God himself did not make a law as per sex that you must do it this way. Go with what works for you. If toys works for you, stick to it. If it doesn't work for you, please don't say because people are using it, you want to use it. It may end up ruining you. But if it works for you, do it. But also don't allow your ego to make you deny the help that toys can bring to your marriage. Knowing fully well that you are not getting there yet, because it can actually save your marriage. Otherwise, if you cannot satisfy your partner and you are not allowing, maybe your pride it's not like allowing you to do the needful, to bring in some kind of an enhancement to the marriage.
Marriage, be open-minded. Just listen.
So to me, just let us be open-minded, see how the whole thing is going. If I find myself in such a situation, of course I will look for something to like enhance my relationship, enhance my sexual life, enhance my marriage, to make it better. But if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. If I don't have such a problem, why would I be looking for
dildos? I agree. If it's not broken, don't fix it. There's a lot of people fixing what is not broken.
Exactly. That's why I have a problem. So that's my own fanatic on this. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, sir. All right. We had thank you to Bumi, Natu, Adama. Uncle Patrick, Uncle Dayo, thank you for coming up to spice up the conversation. It was anytime people join, I'm glad I was able to drop the link at 1 hour today. It helped. It definitely helped us to add a lot more perspective to the conversation. But before we leave, let's finish this last 1 minute on the video.
À Londres, qui sont en train d'écrire, donc ça touche les gens en fait.
So thank you for that question. Thank you for being bold to ask us.
Donc merci pour cette question, merci d'avoir eu l'audace de poser ce genre de questions.
You don't need prayer and fasting for the answer.
Vous n'avez pas besoin de prière et de jeûne pour cette réponse.
When you get home tonight.
Quand vous rentrez chez vous aujourd'hui. Jérusalem.
Jerusalem.
Go to Jerusalem.
Jerusalem.
And who says that sex must always be only in the night?
Qui vous a dit que faire l'amour ça doit être
This one is very important.
What about morning? What about afternoon?
Ouais, pourquoi pas le matin? Pourquoi pas l'après-midi?
So hold your husband from the back, hold him, kiss him, cuddle him.
Donc vraiment dès le départ, prenez-le dans vos bras, embrassez-le, touchez-le.
Why does it look like she's spitting? Is that how they speak
Before
French?
going to work.
Yes.
Yes, oui.
It helps.
Oui, oui, yes,
Ça
oui.
aide pour l'onction.
It's definitely French. I know we.
Don't say, I want to go and preach. I don't want to go and preach. Have sex before you go and preach. What is wrong with it?
Ne dites pas je veux aller prêcher, je veux aller prêcher. Avant d'aller prêcher, faites l'amour avec votre
The person that's doing translations enjoy translation more than sex. She knows that.
mari. Il n'y a aucun problème avec ça.
Paul that told us he was not married. Paul was not married.
Paul n'était pas marié.
Paul in the Bible, he wasn't married.
Il n'était pas marié.
Enjoy your life.
Straight bullet for Paul. He wasn't married. Why are you listening to his advice on sex?
Those of you that are single and you are hearing us now, don't make the mistakes we made and the mistakes our mothers and grandmothers made. Enjoy sex. Sex is good.
Donc vraiment.
All right. So overall, like I said, she made. I agree with her. It's just that how we get to the solution was a bit too fast for me. It had to be a 4-hour live stream. It can't be just a 4-hour live stream. We have to keep having conversations around this kind of topics. To Uncle Dayo's concerns about these people that are becoming more computerized, she said something in the beginning. She said, "Lala toroke ide lombo." Everything that goes up comes down. Everything in life is cyclical. I have no fear that machines or science will replace sex. God is not anybody's mate. Emotions will be anybody's mate. Our need for companionship is not anybody's mate. Our emotional needs are not anybody's mate. People can stop getting married if they want. By the time they are 70, they will come back in cycle. They realize that, oh, we missed something. That's my conclusion. That's my prediction about that. That's why I can't force anybody to marry. If they feel right now today that they shouldn't marry, it's okay to actually go through a lifetime and not marry. Okay, but that you will not procreate and do knacking with other human beings, you're lying to yourself. See how quickly we lie to ourselves. You can avoid the labels, marriage, you can avoid all that stuff. At the end of the day, you want somebody to tap. That's the bottom line. You want to tap. Okay, the only thing that the structures that be is it puts a construct, it puts some kind of institution, some kind of control around it, because sex is not your mate. You try to do that outside of a controlled environment, it can destroy you. It's like making money outside of controlled environment. It will destroy you. You're not prepared for what you're dealing with. So wait now, you think you have more wisdom than the people that did it before? I'm patient. You are patient. All of us who are patient. We go there here. We're going to talk about it. While you're doing all of that, make sure you stay safe. Hit like, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. I'll see you on the next one. Take care. God bless.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough. with a no